Guys, before we go any further, can I just say how much of an absolute banger a Cold Call is? I absolutely love that tune. Like, it's peak. It's peak. Everybody just uses the word peak. That's peak. Fucking tune. But how is everybody doing today, guys? Hopefully you are all well. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Welcome to the stream. We are back in Terra for a little bit. We've got some stuff to discuss today, though. We've got some posts to go through on Reddit. We've got some stuff to talk about, obviously, about Endfield, Arknights, and Chaos Zero Nightmare as well, guys. We've got a lot to talk about today. We've got a lot to talk about. The community was exploding and imploding at the same time over the weekend. People are clairvoyant now as well. But there is some interesting conversations going on, but I do think some people have been a little bit disingenuous as well, which we'll talk about all that later on, though. We will talk about all that later on. But as I say, we've got some stuff to talk about Chaos Zero Nightmare as well. You know, the whole the career getting cooked kind of conversation. It looks like that there definitely is that, right? I even saw some people thinking that the size of the penises were getting mocked by some posts, which was funny. But it looks like it might go a little bit deeper. It looks like it might actually go a little bit deeper, so we're going to discuss that as well. But there's a lot to get through. It's been a busy couple of days, guys. I was planning to play DNA over the weekend as well, but I just never got around to it. I just never got around to it. I'm not going to lie. I do plan to, because I want to experience this story that people keep talking about and saying it's amazing. Because the start wasn't, at least anyway. But I am willing to give it a go, because enough people say it, so there's got to be some truth to it, right? I would think. But how are we doing, guys? How are we doing? It is good to see you all. Let me get chat up, man. What's going on? Yo, Ends, yeah, I made a typo before I started. I clocked it. Endfield is trash. Genshin's better with Duckload. What's going on, dude? Welcome. Zane, welcome to the stream. Anticast, hello. Yeah, welcome. Casual, how is it going, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys all had good weekends as well. Filoni, welcome. Frankie, welcome to the stream. Cactus, Frosted Sugar Fox. Did he call Endfield trash because I just woke up? Me? No. I am gassed about Endfield, actually. I think, like, honestly, I come out to that stream smiling from ear to ear, right? And I understand some people's worries, let's say, right? But I definitely don't I definitely don't agree with the statements some people are making as if they're foregone conclusions, which we'll talk about. I think Super just recently put up a video as well. I'm curious, because I think he kind of thinks the same as me. I think I'm pretty much on the same wavelength, really. In regards to my viewpoints on everything Endfield at the moment. So I'm curious to see that. I might let that video breathe, though, because he only just uploaded it. And see what he's got to say. But BVM, welcome to the stream. Ducklord, hello. Yo, Dead End, how's it going, buddy? How's it going? You watched what did you think about Endfield as well, by the way, dude? Minman, how's it going? Hello. The weekend kerfuffle, right? It's perfect description. Yes, I just saw that. I just saw that when I was in the kitchen, actually. It's like the career itself having a mental issue. Got a little deeper. Some people won't know how that feels. Well, especially if you were getting offended by that that statement in CZN, anyway. Trying to watch the Wolf, man. My baseball team lost the World Series. I'm so livid today. Damn. To be fair, we've won 3 out of 4 games, which a couple of months ago I'll be buzzing about. Don't get me wrong, we didn't deserve to beat Forest the weekend, but we could have, and obviously, you know, if we'd have won, we could have been sitting in second, but alas, we're not. Easy, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. I'll be honest, though, kind of looking forward to the rewrite to caught up the story in its air. I haven't got to this part where everyone's talking about, but if it's true, I agree, because I've said, I do think, obviously, like the whole cuckold thing's a little bit funny, but I do want that game to be dark, because we don't get enough of that in the gacha space, and you're just playing the gameplay, right? You're like, this is a dark ass world, so the story should relate to that as well. I just hope they don't. Like, you know, it doesn't negatively affect the entire game as a whole. I'm hoping they can make it all work, because it's a big thing to do post-launch, right? So, yeah, because I think it's the best launch of 2025 in this space, and I want it to do well, because it's a really good game. And for me, I think inside this space, I think CZN and Arknights are probably the 2 most layered gacha games with more nuance and complexity and options to the gameplay more than any other gacha game. You know, there might be ones out there that I haven't played, but in my opinion, and you know, I hope, you know, I just hope they don't scuff it. Yo, Neil, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. Endfield looks so great. I'm so excited. Yeah, man, I am too. Nikesh, welcome to the stream. Apologies if I just butchered your name. Lorex, how's it going? Welcome. I'm staying away from the drama. Absolute nightmare. The Turbo video was low-key too speculative. Yeah, I agree. I must admit, I agree. I understand the actual reasoning and the basis for some people's worries. Honestly, I do. We're going to go into that a bit more because I do get it, right? You know, if people disengage with systems in games, developers tend to be like, okay, is it worth building on? But we're stating this if it's already a fact. I even replied to somebody yesterday because in my opinion, I was like, who knows? This could allow people to engage with the system more who wouldn't have done anyway. Some people might not. Okay, fair enough. But we just don't know yet. We've got to see what they offer in terms of options, right? And people are just like, nah, it's not going to do that. And I was just like, we just don't know this, though, do we? You know, you can use support units in Arknights, right? But not everybody does it. You know, I'm not saying that people don't, and there's not a problem with that. There's super meta units in Arknights. Not everybody uses them, right? Just because there's an option there doesn't mean everybody will. I do think one worry is it's in terms of rewards as well. We were speaking about this before, and I've seen other people speaking about this. That can kind of make, even if you are wanting to engage with building, if somebody else can give you a base that's better and you get more rewards, then potentially, you know, if you're wanting to get as much as possible, that could push you to do that. So I wonder if they'll do something like, there's a funny post in Reddit actually that I thought it was silly, but at the same time I was like, you know what? I kind of like the idea of that, which we'll talk about that as well in a bit in regards to the blueprints and the bases and stuff. Zero, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Welcome. It's a dark world and so is the community. Not wrong. Gilgamesh, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Casual players' opinions is going to slowly kill the strategic elements of Arknights Endfield. To be honest, I don't like to tell them to leave the game and play Genshin instead of called us not using the system. See, the thing is, we've got to take someone as well. If you watch the stream, the developer said this was always a plan. So I don't think we can argue that it was the community that have caused this to happen, unless we think they're lying and they were never planning it, but it was reactionary, which might be true. They did say that there was always a plan to bring something in regards to blueprints, right? So I tend to believe them. I do. Should a ship place right now? Are you going to address that video? Your video? What's that one, Dagger? Which one? Did you see that video? Yeah, well, I've already watched the video. I ain't gonna make a video on it myself because I get it. Again, we'll go into this in a minute. I do get the worries of some people, but I just think we're painting a picture and we don't even have the canvas. Fuck, we ain't even got the paints. You know what I mean? You know, we've got an easel and gone, yep, it's sorted, you know? Exactly, Wood, exactly. Again, it's all about how it's implemented, right? It's all about how it's implemented. Right, what's going on? Most of the people don't even read the story, but that never stops them from keep writing Pete. Exactly. Well, that's a good point as well, actually. That's a good point. True. That is a good point, isn't it? Very big speculation. It's like when people said without the dodge, the game was harder. How would you know? Well, this is it, isn't it? I think we need to wait until it launches. Hey, all of the worries might come to fruition. I honestly do trust in Hypergryph to give reason to engage with it. I honestly do. How that will look, who knows? We just don't know yet, right? Will it be percentages more in terms of rewards from the base? Will it be currency, in-game currency? Who knows, right? Potentially even pool currency, you know, if you specifically build it yourself and you don't use that sort of stuff. We just don't know, do we? We just don't know. The gacha's a bit trouble, but not that bad. I understand what people are saying with the standard banner stuff, yeah, but again, that's one where I'm not too worried myself. But I do understand the questions about it. I honestly do. So yeah. Enfield hype. Yep. Gachas gacha if they rerun, they're nothing to fear. Well, that's true as well. It depends on how often they rerun right, as well. That is a big factor. Gachas a trade-off for high production cost of Enfield, so I'll give that a pass. Well, this is what I was saying. I think a lot of us have probably been a bit naive and expecting too much for everything to be a one-to-one copy. It was just never going to happen, right? And I don't even think that was ever viable for that to happen as well, in a lot of these systems. You know what I mean? They're just totally different beasts, aren't they? And I think we have to accept that to some degree. Unknown the viewer, welcome. Sorry about Tober's been doing posting gatekeeping from the beginning. It comes from passion and not toxicity. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I genuinely, you know, it comes from a love for the game, doesn't it? And again, I understand the worries. I just think, and it doesn't mean you can't voice your opinion at all. Like, I would never be like, yeah, you should keep it stum. Because I'm the kind of person, even if I vehemently disagree with somebody, and maybe even see it as, I don't necessarily see that as doom posting, but if I did, I wouldn't even have an issue with it personally myself. Because I think discourse is incredibly important. That's, you know, not to go on to like things like free speech and stuff, but that's the sort of discourse you want. You want that point of view that it, like, is the total opposite or a different point of view, right? Because if everybody agrees, then it's not discourse, is it? It's just us all, patting each other on the back and repeating each other, to be fair. So, as if you've been old man shirts and stuff. Fix, you told yesterday you wanted to look over something on stream. Yes, there's some stuff regarding CZN I want to look at, and some other stuff as well. I'm honestly scared the fact that Owen controversy was instantly very believable to be real. A couple of years ago, I wouldn't believe people like that exists. So, yeah. Don't trust Hypergryph, who is a spotless track record, but trusty Toyo when names are generated mode. Like, don't get me wrong, at the end of the day, they're a company, right? And even if they don't mean to maliciously do something, people mess up, right? I think we have to trust in their vision, but it also doesn't mean, because like at the end of the day, it's not a zero-sum game, is it this? It's not. It's grey. It's not black and white. It's not ultimately super predatory, ignoring the game, changing it to be super friendly to the normies, and it's not the opposite either. It's somewhere in between, is it? I think they're trying to create the best game they possibly can, probably stay true to the roots to some degree, but understand that they've got to move forward, because if you don't move forward, you stagnate, don't you? And I think we want evolution in the gaming space, right? So yeah, it's about getting that right balance. But at the end of the day, they're humans, and humans make mistakes. As I say, trust in their vision. They might fuck it up. They might. You know what I mean? I don't think they will. And from everything I've seen so far, I'm fucking excited. Honestly, I honestly don't think anything looks as good or as cool as it is coming out. You know, and I'm including your Anantas, I'm including NTE, whatever gacha game you can think of at the minute. I just don't think anything looks as good or as cool, in my opinion. So yeah. Telling I'm gonna skip Enfield, I just can't play character gacha, another gacha for characters. It's fair, it's fair. Free speech not in my America. Do not attribute to malice what you could easily attribute. Exactly, yeah. It's I think it's true. That's the thing. I think, you know, I don't think, you know, like when you look at the gacha, I don't think Hypergryph were like, right, let's extrapolate as much money out of these fucking wankers as possible. I think it was, we've got increased production costs. We need to make money to continue giving these guys, if we want to give them the Arknights in 3D, we've got to bring in more money. We just have to. And I think we have to accept that they have to as well. Otherwise, we're not going to get the world of Terra recreated in Endfield, in a sense, in terms of just so many peak moments, because they won't be able to afford to do it. You know what I mean? So, I think we have to accept the, you know, it's almost the cost of doing business, in a sense, isn't it? Reverse 1999 is a great game. It is. It's amazing. Blueberry itself doesn't have any problem. The problem is sharing party, sabotaging the whole core of the game itself. Interesting, somebody complained, puzzle game. Well, I don't necessarily agree, but there are some caveats that come with the sharing that could potentially create disengagement, which we will talk about that. And this isn't just, well, we know exactly what's going to happen. These are potential things, right? And we'll talk about this in a minute, because I think it is a conversation worth having as well. Because as soon as I posted my video, because my Endfield videos are quite reactionary, I wanted to get them up because I was like, oh, I was excited. I wanted to talk about it, and especially on the blueprint video, people were making comments, and I was like, oh, actually, that's a really good point. I wish I'd have said that myself, because I agree with that massively. So yeah, I do want to talk, because again, I do think it is a conversation worth happening. But I think we need to have it in the idea that we just don't know yet, right? I think there's too many people stating in terms of definites, and we don't know. We don't know. I know everything there. HG improving Endfield, but draw the line at the blueprints. Yeah. I think I somewhat agree with what Super said. I'm not saying that some people won't take umbrage at the blueprints, but I do think the Dodge conversation and how overblown it got, and I think even Tobro acknowledged that like that's why he wanted to move on from it, right? Because it could become a real centre point of the community. That if that hadn't happened, I don't think, I agree with Super, because he put a post up and I commented on it actually. I don't think the blueprint situation would have been so big to people. You know, who knows? Maybe it would have been. I don't know. We don't know. If I get that board, I'll reinstall Doom Eternal. Just curious about the size of the game. Apparently, I don't know how true this is. I saw some posts going around in regards to the beta being 100 gig, which is fucking mental. But at the same time, you can't look at a beta and think, well, that's going to be the final size, because it's usually uncompressed. I'd imagine if the beta's looking about 100 gig, I think Endfield will probably come out between 40 to 60. Looking at its contemporaries, you know, looking at WoW, looking at ZZZ, looking at Genshin, I'd probably assume that Endfield will probably be between 40 to 60 gig in size. At least on PC. I don't know about the mobile version. Well, I believe that's potential as well, Ryoji. I do. Seems like they're spending a great time optimizing, so hopefully it can run smoothly. Well, yeah. The thing is, we saw it running on mobile on an iPhone 17, which is like seeing a game run smoothly on a 4090s, and it's like, well, you know, it's like we'll have to wait and see what it runs like on an older phone as well. 100 gig, what is this, Call of Duty? Yeah, but true, but I think it is because it's a beta, probably. And I don't even know if that's true. I just saw some posts going around Twitter. There were screenshots that were like snipped, so it could have been from anything, if I'm honest. But the people who were sharing them, I wouldn't think they would just share them for the sake of it. You just don't know, do you? Yeah, I think that's what it's all about, isn't it, Livea? It's all about what sort of... Well, look at things like Arknights. When we get selector packs, if they start selling things like selector packs and really good currency packs and pulls, 10 pulls in them and all that sort of stuff, I will have no issue with it, because there ain't no other gacha game out there, well, there probably is, but where you can go and buy a super meta character for 30 bucks, right? You know what I mean? So if they do things like that as well, and really cool anniversaries and reruns and all that sort of stuff, then yeah, I honestly haven't got much of an issue with the gacha system anyway. I expected there to be tweaks on the gacha from the beta, and even then I had no issues with it. I was quite positive towards it, to be fair. It ran on mobile, that's more than what we did. Well, true. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I'm never against options. I do understand the worries of people thinking the options could, and it's quite specific to blueprints, why that might have potentially some validity to it, which we will talk about, actually. Hear me out. What if Hypergryph making a BP system like just to make the factory more complex and adding more? Well, exactly. This was a point that people made in my videos, which I never really considered. People were like, well, think about it like this. If they give blueprints to the people who don't really want to engage with base building, then they can go infinitely more complex to the base building to the people who want to enjoy it. And I was like, that is, who knows if that will happen? That is a valid point, if I'm honest. I like that idea. And I hadn't considered that until 20 or 30 people commented on my video, and I was like, you know what? Yes, that could be cool. So yeah. So yeah. Let's switch over. Let's start talking. Boys. Let's start talking, boys and girls. Hold up. I ain't got chat up. Where is it? Leave your Enfield alone, go somewhere else. I know what you mean, dude. He's not disrespecting Enfield. I think he's talking about people bitching about options in the game. I think he's doing the exact opposite of what you think he's doing, if I'm honest, bro. Honestly. Do you want to comment to the Turbo vid? I haven't watched it. Yes, I've watched the Turbo vid. I haven't seen the comment. No. Yeah, I did watch it. I thought, for some reason, I was thinking of Super's video. But I need to watch a Super video. It's only just gone up though, man. I feel a bit bad watching it. Like, I ain't gonna be taking vids away from Super. Super's fucking the man, but I always feel a bit stinky watching a video right away. You know. Welcome to the stream as well, Renegade. How are ya? Welcome. So, let's have some conversations about the elephant in the room, then, shall we? So, hey, can I just show you a post? Which, where is it? Let me find it a second. I've got so many Reddit posts open here, which I thought was, at first I was like, that's kooky, and then I was like, actually, that's a good idea. So obviously, blueprints are coming to Endfield. I have no issue with them. I honestly have no issue with them. I think options in video games are good for people. Easy modes, accessibility options, all of these things are great in video games, and I don't necessarily think it will mean people will disengage with the system as well. I potentially think it could hook people who might have skipped the game anyway. Now, I don't know that for a fact, and anybody who pretends to do is lying. They just don't know, right? But all of these are possible. But I'll take it to things like, look at Arknights. You've got support characters. You've got super meta units. Not everybody uses them, and I don't think it encourages people to disengage with the game. There is something slightly specific to blueprints that could potentially encourage disengagement, and not just because people can skip something they find boring. It's rewards. Obviously, we know the base system has a reward system in it in regards to the gear you get. If you can meta the fuck out of that by just copying somebody else, even if you want to engage with the base, why wouldn't you? And I think that is a legitimate worry. I don't think people will just disengage for the sake of it, although maybe some will. Who knows? But I think if you can optimize your rewards, I think that is a potential, right? That is something that could happen. Because if you know you could spend 4 or 5 hours on your base and you're really happy with it, and then somebody elsewhere has got just a more efficient base and it makes things a bit better, you're probably going to think, might be worth it, right? Oh, this post here, let me switch to this post a second. I think, hold up, let me get it so you guys can see. I think, even though this is kind of a funny, silly post, I can see something in it, right? Somebody posted this up saying patents in blueprints. All of this controversy about blueprints is so tiring. That's why when I took a shower, I thought of something funny. What if you come to an agreement that for every blueprint needs to be patented? Now, I don't know if necessarily that, but imagine, right, if somebody who does share blueprints can get a bonus from helping the community. They get like skimmed off the top, but you do maybe potentially have to almost pay like a rent as well. Do you know what I mean? So you get access to the super efficient base, and it's probably going to be better than anything you designed. Quicker, easier. You don't want to interact with the base. But you're never going to quite get what the person who made it themselves did, right? And it sounds silly, again, as I say, this doesn't have to be the system that does it, right? It could just be that you've got challenges and achievements in the game that when you build stuff and each week the stuff that you've built, you just get a little bit of extra cash or pool currency or whatever it might be, right? Materials for something. So the people who do build it themselves get a little bit extra than the people who copy. I don't have an issue with that personally. Because when we talk about, well, blueprints are going to make people disengage with the game or the base building, and then if people disengage with it, Hypergryph will look at that and go, oh, this system isn't being used, and it'll go the way of the TV system and send this on zero. I don't think it's a valid worry, but I don't necessarily think it will happen if Hypergryph really want to concentrate on the base system, right? We can skip story in Arknights. We still keep getting peak story, right? And it doesn't mean that it won't, but I think the worry of people potentially disengaging isn't because they want to skip it, is because of just making rewards more efficient, right? That being said, though, this doesn't have to be the fix for it, right? There could be multiple ways to fix it, right? You know, as I say, rewards in game, you know, bonuses on top of your own produced factory that you just get a little extra percent. So, you know, your efficient base compared to a copied efficient base is always going to be a bit more efficient because you get a little bit extra back on top. Like, I'll be curious to see what you guys think about that, if I'm honest, because I kind of like the idea. It's like silly, and it doesn't have to be the way, but I do like the idea of getting a little bit of extra for doing it yourself, right? You know, like, what is it in Arknights, right? Because I've never used a support, but if you use a support, you don't get auto clears, right? That's correct, right? You don't get auto clears if you use a support, right? I'm right on that, right, chat? This is correct, though, yeah? Yeah. So that there is, the game gives you an option to make things easier, potentially allow you to strong arm a stage, right? A stage that you've tried a few times. Oh, fuck it, let me borrow somebody's Wishadel and just make it easy. But you don't get the clear. So the game's like, we'll give you this option, but you're going to lose something here. So it's a, you know, it's a little bit of a trade-off. You can do this, but you lose a little bit of something as well. I think that I'd have no issue with that, personally. And this is coming from somebody. I probably will spend most of my time building my own base. I'm not going to lie, though. You know, if I'm ever in a situation where I'm like, dude, I just can't get my base to run as efficiently. Fuck it. I'll copy something. I don't have an issue with that, because I think it's totally fine to do that. It won't make me disengage with the base system at all. But I probably would maybe go to watch a video if I knew that I could get more points by building it myself. Then I wouldn't copy it. I'd just use a video guide. So I think that'd be a really good way to kind of encourage people to actually use it. Hey, skip it if you want, but we're going to encourage you to use it, because I think it is incumbent on Hypergryph, for even, because obviously there's people out there that are like, I'm not going to interact with the base building system. Right, I've seen it. I've seen CC saying it. I've seen people on Twitter saying it. I've seen people in my comments saying, I'm so happy for this because I don't want to even spend a minute building a base. And I get that, right? But it's on Hypergryph to try and encourage those people to want to do it, either via rewards or just making it an enjoyable experience, right? That is what a game developer's supposed to do. They're supposed to, you know, provide enjoyable systems for people. Now, not every system is going to be for everybody, and I guess having the option to opt out is a good thing, personally, for me. Again, I do think we have got a little bit overblown with the whole blueprint situation. I think we've got into an expectation of what we think the game should be. You know, this idea of, well, this isn't the vision for Endfield, because that is one thing I've took a bit of an, when I say I've took a bit of an issue, it's more that I just disagree. I think Toboro said it, and I've seen other people say, well, this is not the vision. Who are we to say that? Who are we to tell Hypergryph, well, that ain't the vision? As if we knew that this was never the plan all along, which they've actually stated it was the plan all along. I think it's a little bit I don't want to use the word elitist for that personally, but I do think it's a little bit we're liking the smell of our own farts in a sense, because we're not involved with the development. We don't know the conversations that went on when the game started. So who are we? We're just plebs who are looking to play the game. Who are we to say what the vision of the game was at the end of the day? We're just people who are excited to play the game, aren't we? So, yeah, I think it is a bit overblown. I think people acting like things are foregone conclusions. I just don't think they're right. Right, there might be, but I think we shouldn't act like we know it is fact. In my opinion. Another thing as well, wouldn't it be kind of funny if you could vote up people's factories and people were just making trash can factories just to piss people off, and then everybody was voting it up, and then people were like, oh sweet, this one's uprated, let me get this, boom, put it on, and like, bro, what? Why is it constantly bottlenecking? Why am I getting no resources? It's like the top rated base on the fucking share page. What's going on? I mean, that'd be kind of funny if there was like a sabotage meta and people just trolling people. I mean, that'd be kind of funny, to be fair. But yeah, I think we need to give them chance, man, with this stuff, guys. I really do. Let me see what you guys are saying anyway. Let me see what you guys are saying. You can't use auto clear on the stage. You just borrowed it. Yeah. See, yeah, there's a little, what's it there? There's a QOL option. Maybe you haven't quite got the squad. Maybe somebody that you know, or just, you know, there's a character out there that can really do it for you. Here's an option. You're losing something at the same time. The easy restriction will be to limit blueprint size. The system as it is literally let you copy the whole base. Potentially. I think maybe just like reward restrictions, maybe. You could use the blueprints, but if you do the Bogeyman kidnaps your family, like constantly, every time you get to your base to get stuff, Perlica pops up and is just like, huh, would have been good if you did this yourself, huh? Feel bad about it? You know, you just got the characters berating you about you're a casual. He said, well, it is actually quite complex. It's not like base builder game complex, but for what this game is, being a gacha game as well, it is actually quite complex. Barrier to entry is a resource required to place them down, never mind the possibility that the BBS will require parts you don't have access to. Potentially, yeah. That's one thing I was always curious when people were speaking about blueprints initially. I was like, well, if you haven't built something already yourself, which requires you to do that to get mats, how do you get those mats to then, you know? So I feel like at some point, there's certain things, unless, because the way they're doing the tutorial system, that's how you get beyond that. I don't know, it'll be interesting to see how it's exactly worked. Even if you disengage the base, if the combat is good, set players are going to get bored and quit. Well, exactly. At the end of the day. And I think if enough people are, you know, I think it'll be a good ride. And let's say, worse comes to worse. People disengage with the base. People stop using the base. Hypergryph stop developing the base systems because people don't care about it, and then they put that somewhere else and start doing other stuff in the game. Ultimately, you've got to look at it as a, you know, survival of the fittest. Was it ever that great of a system? If the, you know, and I know they're kind of creating a problem for themselves if they did, but like, I think it's incumbent on Hypergryph to make a system where people want to engage with it, right? Like, perfect example, Arknights. I do not play tower defense games, and I'm an Arknight simp because Hypergryph fucking cooked. Do you know what I mean? I think it's on them to cook again as well, to make people who go, I don't want to build a base. And then 10 hours into the game, like, bro, it's fucking 4 o'clock and I've spent 8 hours building a base. I haven't even fought anybody yet. I think that's what they need to do, right? Yeah, I'm going to watch it at some point fast. I'm just going to let it get out there first before we watch it, because everybody who's here might end up not watching the video then, and I want them to go watch the video as well. But welcome to the stream, but you know, Super gets roasted a lot, man, but just from his post yesterday and the conversations we've had as well, you know, dude, you could tell dude has got the logical thought processing of being able to look at something and not just let their initial emotions get the better of them. I think that's what happened to a lot of people, right? I do think I saw something, recoiled, and then just, fuck that. I can't even see how this is a positive, you know? And I think sometimes you've got to sit back and look and be like, okay, no matter what I think about this, what's the potential positive? Potential, because we don't know yet, right? What's the potential pros? What's the potential cons? And then go from there. And then ultimately sit on the fence, really, because it ain't even out. We just don't know, do we? You know what I mean? So, we will be there, though. We will be there. Managed to hop on stream. There's a short video I think you'd enjoy seeing if you don't mind watching. Stick it in React Smash. Mr. Comment will take a look. Welcome to the stream as well. People have a bloated sense of ownership of these games. When you're a dev and $100 million in a game, you want it to catch as much. Exactly. Yeah. They've got to, right? They've got to try and get it out there to as many people as possible. And that doesn't always mean the game's better because of it. It's about that balance, right? This is why I say it's never a zero-sum game. We want the game to be successful. I want as many people to play. I do. Because I want them to make as much money as possible to keep building something cool. To Arknights to get even better. For Endfield to just get better and better and better. But also to balance it just right. That they don't lose the direction. And I'm honest, nothing that I've seen so far has made me think that. Because the style of game it is, I think the only way you could think that is, well, you wanted Arknights 2. And if you didn't get Arknights 2 and you were like, yeah, it's not for me. I get that. But you were never really going to get Arknights 2, were you? You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is a better looking Arknights. There's still some engagement with the base system, regardless of blueprints, having to place miners, getting water, interacting with outposts, etc. Yeah. And for me, when I played it, I think it was enjoyable enough. I think it will genuinely bring people over. You know what I mean? I think it will bring people over. Let's see what people are saying. Me catch up here because I'm behind on chat. I'm not even just production people. Keep forgetting you can play stories for Tower Defense System. Well, exactly. I've been speaking about that, Deadhound. How cool would it be if the way they inject Arknights into Endfield is, because they've got all this turret system, there's a mode or events or whatever where the game flips into an isometric viewpoint and it becomes an RTS, right? You're placing down your turrets, you're getting swarmed, you're having to place units down. It's even got a grid-like function, or maybe not so much a grid, or aerial areas where your characters, you drop them down and they operate within that area. I think that'd be fucking cool. I do. I really do. I appreciate you, Kathy. What's going on? I miss you. Is somebody acting up in chat? I'm missing it. I keep missing it. Recent drama and gatekeeping can just make some new player drive away to... Yeah. And I'll you know, we joke around, right? Get filtered. It's funny, because at the end of the day, Arknights has some inherently difficult content, and if you can't deal with it, you're gonna get filtered, and I'm fine with that. But quality of life options for me are a little bit different than difficulty. Difficulty is what a game is. They've obviously designed it to be, you know, it's like having a good sweep in Arknights now, or at least the one clear sweep, you know? That's like, well, you're going to play the game less if you know. I saw somebody saying that I thought it was good that you had to do autos because it gives me a chance to go and have a cup of tea. And I was like, brother, I don't have to sit there and clear a stage 6 times when I could just click a button, do it once and it's done. Or even better, instantly clear it, right? Yeah, as an OG Hoyo Shield who was around from Honkai 2 when there were still 7 people in a room, I kind of dread how Endfield will change the fandom Hypergryph already has since post-Genshin Hoyo fandom sucks. Yeah, do you know what? I think that's probably my biggest worry about the game is where the community's going, if I'm honest. But I think it'll calm down. I think people just reacted. They had an emotional response. I think majority of people will start to process things and be like, you know what? Maybe this isn't the end of the world, right? And who knows? They might be right? I don't think they are, but they might be. Arknights 2 or Arknights 3. I think lock the shareable blueprint behind completing Quest for Factory. I'll be okay with that. Yes, I'll be okay with. Like I was saying earlier, I'd be okay with you maybe getting like rewards in game for building your own stuff, whether that potentially be pool currency or just extra currency or extra materials on top or an extra percentage on what you produce out your base and stuff like that. I do think there should be some trade-off for you engaging with the system. You know, like we were speaking earlier about, you know, support units. you don't get to auto a stage when you use a support unit. There's an option for you to kind of do things easier, but if you choose to do it on your own, you get a little bit of a bonus from that, don't you? Welcome to the stream as well. The real Arknights PC launcher is in Endfield. I've got a feeling it might actually be, you know. This time we're using actual turrets, not people. It's good as long as I use we should snitches get stitches. Yeah, I missed what was I'm assuming it was Monsieur. What was he doing? You mean a bell end? 5 stages of grief over a fucking base system. What does it do? What is he? What are the stages? What is anger, acceptance, or whatever it is? Grief, anger, acceptance, whatever they are. Maybe getting courage. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, could be something like that, K2. You know, you want this little bit here. Maybe you don't. It's not a massive deal, but you want that little bit of extra. You need to play along then. When I saw that LA blueprint sharing, I was like, nah. But then I thought about it for a sec. It's kind of like we should. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, Blue. I think that's you know, that's the way we need to start looking at things, don't we? Because it's easy. Honestly, it is easy to get. You know, we joke around, stop getting over emotional on video games. It can be easy sometimes, especially when you love video games. Like, I love video games, and sometimes when you expect or your own headcanon has built something up, and then it doesn't quite fit. You're like, fuck. But you know, I think if you're gonna have discourse at least anyway. Hey, if you want to go and fucking smash your room up and be angry about it, fair enough. You know, but I think when we start to get into having conversations and trying to dictate the flow of sentiment, I think we have to try and separate our emotional feelings from it as much as possible and try and look at it logically, right? And see it from all angles as well. Not just be like, well, this can only be a negative. That's one issue I've had, is that there's only people, you know, that's why I like what Super was saying on his post. I've tried to be like that as well. I'm like, I get it. I can potentially see the bad things and the good things here. Coming into the conversation with this can only be bad. It's like, yeah, there's no evidence to prove that really, is there? You know what I mean? Imagine if Blueprint gets slow belts as a restriction. You do hate Blueprint, he's not that big of a deal, but some people, well, exactly, yeah, exactly. So yeah, I am glad that genuine conversations are starting to come up in the community now. Because at first, initially, there was a lot of recoil, wasn't there? Of everyone was just like, ah, fuck this. The amount of people that I saw was like, I don't even want to play the game anymore. I was like, damn, that's a shame, because this looks amazing. And if you feel like that, more power to you. I don't judge you. But at the same time, I'm like, oh man, you're really going to let that, like, small potential part of the game affect your whole experience when it could potentially have zero effect on how you play the game, because you can still do all of that stuff anyway. It is a shame to see though. Oh, hey, you know, yo, Skybird, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. I come on, man, I want to play. Not seeing my honeymoon burning with dramas. Home yard burning with dramas. Blueprint filter. The real filter wasn't the base. It was the blueprints. It filtered out the people. The opposite side who were talking about get filtered. You know, the get filtered guys. They got filtered. Nah, but all seriousness, I genuinely do trust that Hypergryph are gonna encourage people to interact enough that it won't go away again. You know, I'm incredibly excited for Endfield. I come out to that stream massively happy, right? The second they show me fucking Pelaga, people getting jumped with the fucking shield guards, I was like, oh my days. Fucking take my money, right? I don't care what happens now. When that banner comes up, even if I haven't got the pulls, I am spending to get bro, okay? I am spending to get bro. I am jumping motherfuckers with a gang of shield guards. It's, when I saw that was just, it was fucking epic, man. It was epic. So I can't wait. I can't wait, man. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it anyway. That's my thoughts on it anyway. I get it. I get the worries. but I don't think they will come to fruition. And if they do, when the game drops, right, we can genuinely have these conversations then and put them to Hypergryph and, you know, hope we get a devs listen moment maybe. You know, who knows? Who knows? Pixie's a shield god sim confirmed. Dude, do you know what I love about it, right? Because you know in the game, you know they're badass, right? You know they're badass. But when you see them doing that, you're like, holy shit. They're cool, man. They're fucking cool. And the audio when they're like, oh, like as they come in, made the hairs on my neck stand up, man. I believe there will be builders molding about your base inefficient. Good devs are going to add PvP. God devs are never going to add PvP in their gacha games. Let players fight it out on Reddit. Right, there's enough PvP, right? There's enough PvP. Streamers peak when you haven't got people in your ear telling you it's shit. Yeah. Stream speak, sorry. Well, yeah, I suppose, like, I'm glad obviously I just streamed you, but I'm glad I wasn't somebody watching somebody else's stream being really, and they're fine to be down about it, right? Of course they are. But it would have definitely made the, like, experience, like, because I was just fucking excited. I hope, like, people weren't watching me going, bro's on a glaze here, but I couldn't help myself. It was fucking dope, you know what I mean? You and Cookie had the same reaction to Helig as well. Oh, did he? I might need to see that. How could you not though, man? It was fucking cool. It was cool. Getting jumped by the Russian military is a scary thought indeed, right? Especially with them being that fucking hench. Like, I was thinking, man, I hope we get more of that. Now, I know I don't want there to be too many member berry type stuff, but I also do want them to kind of be there as well. I'd love to see some version of us seeing something like the Emperor's Blades and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Reunion even, like, you know, like things where you can be like, oh, you know, the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. I'm here for that, man. I'm here for you. I am here for you. I might want to watch it. I'll have to check it out. The Shield God drip is immaculate though. I'm sick of the devs listened. Imagine like Lemon is having an animation using some kind of satellites. In fact, if Hypergryph isn't going to risk everything on a game, it's been hyped for as long as Endfield has. Yeah, I've heard it's good, dude. Doesn't surprise me because just from his where is it? Let me get it up. Just from his post, you know, and obviously speaking to him in general, you know, you could tell Super understands a little bit of nuance, you know, with the extra Italian pizzazz. Hold up. Which one was he? Yeah, it was this one here. It was this one. Like, I read through this and I was like, yeah, I agree, man. I think he cooked with this post. Like, that's why I even had to comment on it. Like, I was like, you know, I even said, couldn't agree more. People have let their emotions overrule their logical thought process to the point where they're now making up hypothetical scenarios and speaking about them as if they're foregone conclusions. You know, it's, like I say, totally get worries. Too many people are acting like they've seen the future and they've come back to tell us it's a wasteland. I know it. You know? They Genshified it, lads. It's all Hoyo and Kurobots. We're in the minority. And Cookie also... Oh, did he? Okay. I thought when I was saying that and I put the video up, I was like, I'm going to get a lot of people here going, fucking, bro, you're glazing hard here, but... Couldn't help it, man. Couldn't help it. I'm gonna, Super. I am gonna watch it, dude. Welcome to the stream as well. If you were spitting as much facts as you was in that post, then it should be a good watch. The Italian has arrived. Alright, if Super says to watch a video, I'll watch it. I say, I wanted it, like, okay, I ain't gonna be taking views from you. I know I ain't, but like, I really feel a bit icky sometimes about watching somebody's video as soon as it goes up. At least before I get my slop reactions in, I want to let it breathe, you know? Yeah, again, going over the Lego thing, man, fucking cool. It was fucking cool. Almost every AKCC's nutted on that Heliger ult. Deserved as well, right? I'd love to hear it, Skybird. Because I'm pretty sure we kind of had I don't know necessarily a difference, but we didn't come from the same point of view, right? And yeah, man, I'd love to hear it. Again, I am up for all opinions. I am when it comes to this stuff because I think we need it. We need it, right? Again, I need to watch this video, Supers, but I think I'm probably almost in lockstep again. I get criticisms and I get worries. I do. I just think we're acting as if they're fact, and you know, we're the EN server looking to CN and go, we've got clairvoyance and it's a shit show already. We just don't know, do we? Been a while since we heard Super be this serious. Oh, is he? We got serious tone, have we? Okay. Endfield EOS. Every CC should be as fair and balanced as Pixie's batshit crazy but fair. I try. Like, I am cognizant of my own bias. I am. Like, you know, when I make content, I know I am biased. You know, just look at the way I talk about the Wibber community. I know I am. But I do, when we, you know, when we're trying to have genuine conversations, I try to put my bias aside. That's not always possible, right? You can never remove your bias, and it's always going to affect how you perceive something, right? Your perception is going to be different because of your bias. But I try my best to be as fair as I can. I admit I fail at that sometimes. I do. I know I do. But I do try. I do try. That's all you can do, right? That's all you can do. The spineful video. What's that? I saw something about somebody calling them spineless or something. Have the thumbnail ready, just need to write the script for now. Man, I respect you guys who write scripts. Maybe well, to be fair, I have for some videos. Or I struggle writing scripts, I do. I really do. I've done it for some videos. Especially my sponsored videos. Whenever I've done sponsored videos, they've usually been scripted. I usually just start chatting shit. That's why most of the time I'm yapping bollocks, basically, because I'm, you know, I'm just talking shit. We need another well-written CMV to form our opinions around. I would like to see. Do any of you guys actually know? Because I was saying this yesterday. What did JP and CN think about this whole situation? I haven't really looked into it, and I'm meant to. So I think, look, we know CN and JP and Korea can be just as mental as us, right? If not more so. But I think usually we're a lot quicker to react emotionally, aren't we? We might not go as high and as extreme sometimes, but I think we're quicker to be like, you know, fuck, this is shit, without actually sitting down and being like, is it actually shit? But I think CN do that a little bit better, don't they? I think they're a little bit better at taking a moment, thinking it over, and then putting their opinion out there. And then if they don't like it, maybe threatening the developers. Jokes. I'm joking. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Oh, you got a typhoon coming, have you, Renegade? Oh, fuck. And Kartik himself making the video addressing the issue. I need to watch that Kartik vid, actually, as well. Well, stay safe, bro. Stay safe, man. I checked out Topbo's stream before the video and I thought he was going to be reasonable, and then I saw the damn thumbnail. I didn't watch his stream. I watched it. I don't think I watched the entirety of his video, actually. I did watch some of it, though. Don't forget to like the stream. Yeah, guys. Drop a like on the stream. Oh, was it that one, Blue? Yeah. I saw somebody else had put up a video. Maybe it was maybe that's what I was. Yeah, maybe we'll watch this one as well. We'll watch should we watch Super's video then? Shall we watch it? If Super said to watch it, let's watch. Shall we? Let's watch it then. Oh, apparently I've watched half of it. Why does YouTube do this? I'll start watching a video, like I've seen it, and I fetch it up to slap in to watch later. And apparently, unless I've left it playing on my phone. Oh, yeah, there we have it. My bad. Okay, I've AFK watched it then. I've AFK watched it, chat. Alright. Pre-watched, boys. Pre-watched. Let's see what he's got to say then. I am curious. As I say, off the bat, I think I'm going to agree with most of what he's got to say just from his post. But who knows? We might not. But I am glad more people are talking about it. Because my worry was, right, because, hold up, let me turn the music off. Because I think sometimes, you know, when you've got something happen like this, yeah, proper unk moment, bro. You know, when we have these sort of things happen that creates a bit of backlash, my worry is sometimes some people react a little bit emotionally quickly, right? And then that creates this kind of opposite backlash where people are like, oh, just shut up talking about it, you know? And then I'm like, I don't want that. I want us to talk about it. I want us to try and be as sensible as we possibly can, though, and offer up genuine reasons for why something's bad rather than just, well, I think it's bad because fuck, I don't want it to be like Genshin. I don't want Hoyotards and Kurobots in my community because I don't think that's going to make the game better or benefit us, right? So I do want more people to conversate about this. Like say, Skybird, I'd love you to make a video about this, and more people to make a video about this and have genuine conversations about it as well because I think we need to. Yeah, what's up, Talos? YouTube saw you copying Super's blueprint. Thank God you're only on 50%. Arknights community is too nice to each other for far too long. It's been simmering. Is that what it is? Civil war was needed. Is that what's happened? Yeah. All right then. Let's have a look what Super has got to say about the Arknights Endfield outrage machine, a nuanced analysis of the drama, outrage, and controversy. That is a mouthful. Let's get into it then, guys. Pre-watch, preemptive like. Yeah, man. Because I think we need to talk about these. Let's talk about it sensibly, shall we? An attempt to do it from a nuanced point of view as well. Let's go.
This video is sponsored by you. Links for the channel are in the description. The quote, given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun.
Where was that from now? That quote? I know Tobro used that quote, yeah.
Out of a game is a game design principle popularized by Civilization 3 game designer Soren Johnson.
He answered the question straight away.
Will take the path of least resistance, even if it means ruining their own game experience. For example, in the
that is fair to some degree, isn't it? I think that's where people are basing a lot of their ideas of this is what's going to happen, right? Before even having the experience to see that.
The alleged video game, Heartbound, there is a puzzle you can entirely skip, despite the fact there is an intended solution for you to go through. This defeats the point of having the puzzle. In a PvP game, you must make sure the players aren't ruining their own experience with toxic or boring strategies, because it does not affect just them but their opponent as well, and even the wider ecosystem of the game. In a grindy MMO, you must make sure the best grinding method is the most fun, lest the players make their playing experience a boring full-time job.
This goes back to what I was saying earlier. Balance. People treat it all as a zero-sum game. It's either black or it's white. It can never be in between. It's always devs trying to rinse us dry, devs ignoring us, devs listened. You know, I think that's one thing in the gaming space, especially in the gacha space. We struggle to look at the, like, could it be somewhere in the middle? You know what I mean? And that goes into, like, game design as well, right? Balance is key, man.
So, according to this principle, Arknights should be dead in a ditch by now. Quishadel, Tragodia, Silverash Alter, Ulpianus, Monstre, Haruka, and many others completely trivialize a vast majority of the game. It
Still E1, by the way. To be fair, I have got quite a lot of meta units now anyway, so I can't even say anything.
Stands to reason then that every player would pick the strongest units in every stage, and thusly botch the game experience for themselves. However, I am sure the majority of you watching this know that's not what happened.
True.
Arknights has dozens of easy mode options that you could argue even skip.
Hey, look, that's not an easy mode option. That's fake news. Fake news is actually quite. He's a little bit. Let's not go into that, all right?
The gameplay entirely.
Definitely wasn't plot armor for me to get spooked by him just before we went into G88.3, but you know.
From how strong they are.
Exactly.
Yet
you need high
it
IQ.
does not suffer from
Agree.
it. Wishadel did not change the game in any meaningful way. Arknights is still thriving, and we are getting some of the most interesting and creative 6-star kits we've ever gotten.
True.
Each new 6-star has a lot of mechanics for you to sink your teeth into, and plenty of options to get creative. The developers have proven.
That's what I say with Arknights, because it gives so much options and creativity, and things are so well designed for the most part. It like there's that option there, but I think most people choose. Well, I don't know. I don't know most, but I think a lot of people choose to just do their own thing anyway, and not go necessarily the easy mode option, because for me, like that's where like the enjoyment comes, right? And like, don't get me wrong. Certain stages, I'll make sure I've got the full squad on deck. Well, quite a lot now, to be fair. But yeah, again, this goes to Endfield for me. All these bad things that we think are going to happen, I think as long as Hypergryph implements certain things, I don't think they'll happen anyway. And that's under the assumption that the player base is going to do that without those things implemented. We just don't know, do we?
And they
I get the worries
handle
on.
situations that, on paper, should spell the death of the game. Endfield seems to be in much the same situation, with the combat and the factory. The dodge and the blueprints, on paper, very directly make the game easier and allow you to skip both the strategic depth of combat and the factory management. The reaction from a subset of the community was as you'd expect. Let's talk about that. Also,
okay.
Hi, Arknights Endfield, the most hated YouTuber here. I apologize if there aren't many funnies in this video. For once, I am putting my serious cap on.
Oh, okay.
I want to
You done fucked up now. You done fucked up now.
specify this video, while it holds a hopeful outlook, is not saying Endfield is good or will be good. I simply do not have the information to make such a statement.
Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what I've been trying to reply to people in my comment section. You can make the statements of, I'm worried that this might happen, or I'm super happy because this might happen, but to say with a definitive fact, well, this is what's going to happen. We just don't have enough information to say this. Maybe in 6 months' time, we'll come back and say, you know what? All the Doom posters were right. They were fucking right. We just don't know yet.
The game is not out yet. We do not know how the game will pan out in 1 or 2 years from release. Anything anyone can possibly argue, negative and positive alike, is a slippery slope argument by default.
Yep.
Let's begin with the dodge discussion.
Oh no.
There is a reason I have kept myself out of it until now.
Okay.
For those unaware, let me explain what the dodge drama is. During the technical tests, the game played much closer to something like Xenoblade.
Oh, did you play the technical test out of curiosity, Super? Because like, when I was speaking about like the dodge situation, I understood the philosophical worries, you know, but I could never like discuss it from a specific point of view, I guess, because I never played the technical test, so I was like, I couldn't even come at it objectively and say, well, this feels better or worse, you know what I mean?
And did not feature a dodge button. This made the gameplay slower and more tactical. People got their hands on it and complained the combat was slow and clunky, and so Hypergryph added a dodge button. This completely short-circuited certain...
From what I got as well, majority of the people thought the combat needed work. Now, I don't know how true that is, but that's kind of where I got the idea from the community as well. That a lot of people did say that it definitely needed work.
People, they argue adding the dodge is the beginning of the game showing a lack of confidence in what it is, that it is losing its identity, and that it is foregoing artistic integrity for the sake of appealing to the lowest common denominator.
For your
Over
players.
months and months, the Dodge controversy has bred a dissatisfied, toxic, gloomy subset of the
Oh, that's fair.
community,
Yeah.
which, it seems, has now reached the point where they actually just want the game to fail. It cultivated a subsection of people who had a very specific idea of what Endfield should have been, based on
I said this again earlier as well. We were speaking about this in Discord, actually, me and Easy and a bunch of other people are that I don't, I've kind of like don't like that argument, and I want to separate myself from that sort of thought process of where people are like, well, this isn't the vision that the game was supposed to be. And it's like, we're players, we just don't know. Games evolve. It's like, say, they even mentioned in the stream that the blueprints was always a plan that I had, and we're out here going, well, this is diverging from the vision, like as if we've been sitting in those board meeting rooms, right? Like we don't know, we just don't know.
the early builds, and are now angry about the direction it has taken in the newer betas, perhaps even feeling robbed and bitter towards who they feel have robbed them. It is a portion of people that is unwilling to engage with Endfield on its own terms and assess it for what it is. Rather, they dismiss it and disregard it for what it is not. There is a fundamental difference between the two.
I see it for what it should have been in their view, right?
I am entirely allergic to MMOs, for example, but this is not what is happening. It is
You're not an MMO fan. I get it though. I like a bit of MMO action, I do.
making swift, all-encompassing judgments on a product before it is even out, or you have even played it. It is dismissing Endfield for being an open-world dodge battler, without asking if it is a good entry in that genre.
That's a good point,
It is a dismissal of the wide web of systems, which the dodge is a part of, that shape the overall game experience, which cannot be gathered from mere gameplay videos. Things like team building, ease of getting the characters, the elemental system, the combo system, the gear system, the weapon system, the control scheme, the UI, and ease of building those characters. Each one of these aspects has its own identity, contributing to
It breaks it down into just one aspect and ignores everything else about the game and what makes it a whole, right? Yeah.
the
Facts.
whole. As much as people call games like WoWa Genshin clones, they are not, because they differ in these aspects, creating an experience that, while it shares certain core traits, is ultimately different in its game feel and long-term gameplay. And this is just regarding the
We meme on WoW, but it's right. You know, it's right. And that's where WoW shines as well when it does try its best to separate itself, right? And again, I'll still say this. I actually do prefer Enfield's combat because I just think the possibilities, but in terms of like reactive based combat for me, we was so good in that regard.
combat. I am not even
We call it being
mentioning
reductive.
everything else that goes into a gameplay experience, that being the actual design of the open world, the story, the writing, the content in the open
Hold on
world,
a sec. You know in that scene there, does Yvonne just walk into
that
the
goes
wall?
into a gameplay experience, that being the actual design of the open world, the story, the writing, the content in
thought she
the
was
open
drunk, man.
world, the music, the graphics, and so on. The simple truth is that none of us have enough information to make
I'm a last right simp as well. I don't care what anybody says. I'm here for it.
any
I'm here for it.
judgment, positive or negative. Saying Endfield is Genshin 3.0 and saying Endfield will be amazing and better than everything else on the market would both be uninformed opinions. Though please don't think of my position as enlightened centrism. I hate people who sit on the fence and shove it up their ass just as much as the next guy. I do believe the game will surpass expectations and be good, but I admit I cannot
I think it's going to be better than good. I think this game's going to be amazing. I do. Honestly, I do. And even with some people taking umbrage with some of the stuff in the game, right? I came out of that stream even more confident that it was going to be good. because just listening to them again, you could hear that they are watching videos, they are looking at threads, they are listening, and you know that hopefully will be a good thing, right? Obviously you want them to digest the feedback themselves and go with it, but come on, again, still my most hype game going forward.
To say that for certain, as it is a conjecture by default, based solely on the trust I have in Hypergryph after
I missed that, you know.
for the past 6 years.
I was too gassed up on the
I've
launch,
seen
the
people say
beta date.
something akin to, if I wanted Hoyo Slop, I'd go play Hoyo because they do it better, which is kind of crazy, isn't it? You do not know that the game has never been
haven't played it,
the
probably.
chance to prove itself. I do want to point.
And I bet half the people saying shit like that didn't even play the beta. I had a person spamming my comment section the other day trying to tell me the game is literally Genshin in its combat. And I was just like, bro, you know what? I'm not even going to try to prove to you why. I was like, go watch some videos and I can't bring you back from that. You know what I mean? And I guarantee you haven't played it either. That's the thing. Yeah, man. You know, there's what is it to say? It's really hard to argue with a smart person. It's impossible to argue with stupid, isn't it?
That there definitely exists an even smaller subsect of people where this is just an ego thing, and they wanted to feel superior to the perceived Hoyo Slop games. The more and more Endfield becomes closer to a mainstream 3D gacha, the less they can parade it around as their unique game that Hoyo could never. This is not a conspiracy. We have seen it before in, for example, the Wuthering Waves community, where a small group of people do not truly care about the inherent qualities of the game. Rather, the game is a vehicle.
You know, me and the Weaver community, we ain't gonna go over that again.
For their elitism and ego. Such a group definitely started to form in the Endfield community as well, especially thanks to all the tribalism that was stirred up at the beginning of the Dodge controversy. However, these people are not.
I honestly, like, obviously, I want to talk about things, but that is one thing, because we spoke about that a couple of times on this channel, and how that was built up into such a massive thing. That's why I said, when they showed off the PlayStation thing, I was like, I don't want to dwell on that anymore, because it became the conversation. Enfield was Dodge, and everything else was getting put to the side, and it was kind of pissing me off, because I was like, they have created a fucking cool game here, and all anyone wants to talk about is the Dodge. And yeah, but again, yeah, the community is definitely fostering a little bit of that now.
Nearly important enough, impactful enough, or numerous enough to really get into. I am merely mentioning them for completion. I made a Twitter post about them, and that's all they're gonna get. Had the Dodge controversy never happened, I doubt we would have ever seen so much complaint about the factory blueprints either.
I tend to agree.
A lot of the arguments against...
We probably would have, but I think it's been, it's the conversation has been megaphone, right? It's been so much larger than probably what it would have been if it wasn't for that whole controversy. Because as you say, I think we've fostered this subsection in the community that wants to pick problems now. Now, there's other people as well who look at things and be like, I don't know about these. And that's fair, right? But I do agree with that as well. I do think there's some people out there who just want to, and I think once that starts to happen, you know what starts to happen then? You get orbiters. You get orbiters from other communities who just tend to be in and around other stuff just to, like, you know, just to make it all worse kind of thing. And I think you'll see more of that. Like, man, you know what it's going to be like when the game launches, right? You know what it's going to be like. So, yeah, it is sad to see that growing in the community.
And even in favor of the blueprints, reach so far out they become street hazards for satellites. They peer into their crystal ball and envision a future in which the factory is left behind, or perhaps even deleted, like the ZZZ TV mode. Like the...
See, that's exactly the point where I'll tell you what's going to happen, you know, those for me, those sort of posts are like, you know, I'm worried that this might happen, right? You know what I mean? It's when people act like that. Well, I know it's going to happen. It's like you don't know shit. You just don't know.
Like the mystical boogeyman of the Hoyo players will ruin the game over time. Such fear is perfectly fair, don't get me wrong, I am not here to invalidate it. I can see where the arguments come from. The current gacha space has itself made people jaded and cynical.
Agree. And look, I need to catch up on the story to see if it improves, right? But I think that statement there, to me, I don't want to shit on DNA again, right? Because I don't think it's a bad game. I just don't think it's a spectacular game. I think it's just all right. It's mediocre, which isn't a bad thing. But because of people getting a bit jaded and cynical over gacha, which is fair, especially with the systems in these games, right? That game is getting glazed beyond belief. And I think it's literally because they removed the gacha. I think a lot of the stuff that people are glazing the game about, it wouldn't be so positive if it still had a gacha system in there, or at least a character gacha system, right? Again, the story, I didn't like the start of the story. It might get better, and people do say it gets better, right? But I'm talking more about the gameplay. I hear people saying, like, it's just, you know, it's this thing that I don't think it is. And that's subjective at the end of the day. But I do think a lot of this comes down to, you know, I think there is a lot of people who are just, they are cynical in this space because just the type of games they are, it kind of breeds it in a sense, doesn't it, in the way the games are monetized?
We've seen it with Genshin, we've seen it with Wuthering Waves, we've seen it with Stella Sora, we've seen it with GFL2, we've seen it with HSR, and many more. There is solid ground for the Doom posting to stand on.
Yep.
However, far too many people parrot it around as prophecy. In reality, we simply do not know.
Yep.
There are slippery slope arguments to be made in favor of the blueprints as well. I could argue that having blueprints actually allows the developers to go even more into the factory management. It gives...
I agree with that. I didn't think about that at first, and then loads of people were replying in my video, the initial one I put up, saying, well, I actually think it could be this. And I tend to agree. Because if you are giving the people who don't want to engage with it an option to skip it, people who do want to engage with it, you can kind of go even more complex, can't you? It's a fair point, man.
Freedom to get complex with it without risking alienating the casual player base, who would still have the blueprints to fall back onto. I could argue the base in Arknights has not been abandoned despite how incredibly few people engage with it, as evidence of this premonition.
Yeah, I'm one of those people as well. Oh, still there. Fuck, it's still in beta, right? You know? Ain't gone nowhere.
Who knows?
It ain't going nowhere.
There is one fair criticism of the blueprint system, however, and that is how it affects rewards. Technically speaking, you are rewarded more by copying a popular, efficient community.
Oh, okay. All right. We were talking about this earlier, actually. We were actually talking about this earlier because I saw a Reddit post and it got me thinking about this as well. Where the fuck is he? Whatever, anyway, I've lost you. It was about somebody like saying like a patent on the blueprints. Fuck, that's me. Why am I playing my own stream? I've lost the video. There we go. Yeah, I agree. I agree with this.
Blueprint compared to doing it yourself.
Oh, is it not in beta? Is it a beta, is it? Oh, okay. Take it back. Take it back.
Compared to a random casual that just copy-pasted from a CN Sweatlord. In this environment, you are rewarded for disengaging with the system.
Yep.
Objectively, it's not very good game design in the way it exists right now. Still, even with this truth...
Do you think something like that will be good, what I was saying earlier, chap? Like, I don't know if it necessarily will be a tax system, but just if you have built it yourself, you potentially get extra reward through some achievements or activity goals or something like that. You know, just some way that's like, it's going to be easier and you're going to get 95% of what you could or 90% of what you could by copying. But if you do it yourself, you get the whole hog, you know what I mean? And maybe potentially some little extra things on top as well, because the game goes, you know what? because you were a good boy and you built this yourself, you know, we're going to give you extra. And then if you don't build it yourself, Perlica comes over going, yo, bro, you're a bitch. Build the base yourself, you know, just to make you feel shit.
Established, the game is single player and you alone shape what your experience looks like. Kind of a related example, Monster Hunter Wilds introduced 2 new things to the series. A bird that is able to pick you up when you get hit and sent to the ground, and crippling performance issues. While there isn't much to do about the latter, I just refuse to use this fucking bird.
Bro, is that Serta? Is that fucking Serta there?
To pick me up. I think this mechanic sucks, and it
Oh
removes
shit, let's
a
go.
lot of the risk from hunts, making
People
an
modding it.
easy game even easier. So, even if on paper I am rewarded more for disengaging with the combat and letting the secret erase
That's
my
dope.
mistakes,
That's cool.
I can choose not to, and I am having a more personally satisfying experience for it, even if I am at a disadvantage. Admittedly though, this is kind of a cope. Those features are still bad game design and they are still in the game, but it is something worth mentioning, that it is not a crippling game issue that will make it impossible for you to
Agree. And this is the way we should be looking at things, right? We should be offering up both sides as best as we can, you know? Try and be as nuanced as we can instead of rather, as I say, you've got people coming from the straight. It can only be positive. It can only be negative. Truth's going to lie somewhere in the middle, and that's for Hypergryph to introduce systems and options, or however they're going to play it out to make it work as best for both people, right? And as rewarding for both sets of people also.
enjoy the game, unlike what some people make it sound like. But there is an elephant in the room yet to address. Some
Okay.
people would ask a very simple question. What company would ever make content for something only a small portion of the player base engages with? On paper, it makes no sense. Well, I have your answer. Hypergryph. They have shown repeatedly that they will do that in Arknights across 6 years.
Yep.
They will update SSS, they will update Reclamation Algorithm and are currently working on Reclamation Algorithm 3. They just updated IS2, a 4-year-old mode, and the base still gets pretty regular updates. This is in spite of the utterly minuscule amount of people who actually engage with that content. The same goes for the story.
I was just about to mention there's a lot of story skippers as well. Hypergryph have showed themselves to care about like the periphery stuff as well, the music. They do not have to go as hard into music as they do. They do it because they want to, right? They do the story outside of things because they want to. They could easily skip out or reduce the story massively. They don't. They have fucking encyclopedia-sized stories. You know what I mean? Because that's the world they're trying to build. I said this in the stream when we watched the other day. Well, this is how I felt anyway, right? They're introducing blueprints. There's positive negatives. There's positives, right? But one thing I'll say, there's part of me, now this is, again, Colt, I don't think that's going to dilute the system, because when you were looking at them talking about stuff, you can see they're passionate about it, right? They want it to be in the game. It's a part of the game. They even made a point of saying again, it's a core component. There's some people out there will tell you you're smoking crack if you think that. And I know they're giving you an option to potentially skip it. They still see it as a core component of the game. And that kind of says a lot for me. You know, sometimes you need to look at what people say. And obviously you got to look at their actions, because talk is cheap, right? Or when I was watching the stream, I was like, I'm confident in these guys care about this system in the game. I do genuinely think, even if there's reduced activity with it, I don't think it'll go away. It might. Who knows? But, you know, I think the idea that we know for a fact, and yeah, these are all great points, right? All great points.
In Arknights, the story is not presented like in a 3D gacha, meaning that you are forced to engage with it as you progress through gameplay. In Arknights, gameplay and the story are separated, and thusly, very few people actually read the story. Hypergryph knows this, and despite the fact a very small amount of people engage with it, the story has only been improving over time. Hypergryph has a strong track record of catering to small minorities in their games. So, if there is any company I would consider trusting to keep updating the factory even though there's blueprints, it is the company that keeps improving the story in Arknights despite the skip button and the fact few people actually read it.
Do you know, I'd go even further as well to say it might not even necessarily be them catering to the minority. That's a byproduct as well. And it might be the fact. I think it's because they enjoy that part of it. You know, honestly, I think that's what it is. They enjoy crafting this world and this story because just look at the world building. And again, I think this is why I go to that thing with the base. I think they've genuinely enjoyed creating a base building system. And even if people don't really care, I think they'll continue to do it because they enjoy it. They do seem like that kind of developer, don't they? Who I think they believe if we craft something that's well made, people will enjoy it inevitably. And I think Arknights is a perfect example, right? Because like most people will look at it and be like, fuck this 2D chibi game. And then but you look at the depth that's to it. And they could easily, you know, really skimp out on that, couldn't they? Because we said this before, like all this for a tower defense game. It's a bit, you know, I know it feels bad to call it a tower defense game, but like, you know, by its definition, it's more than that. I know it's a bit more of an RTS game, and as Super would say, a bit more of a sandbox game. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think their passion for these things will keep them just making them, honestly.
Hey, Super from the future here. If you think about it, blueprints are kind of wishadel. Bear with.
Counter argument. Now you're working off of some. Oh yeah, exactly. I'm not stating this as fact. This is just what I think is potentially going to happen. I agree, Min Man. You won't. I will not stand here and say this is what the outcome is going to be because we don't know. We might come back in 6 months and go, "Yep, they were all right. They fucked it up." They might fuck the game up entirely. Like, and the blueprints might be the least of our worries come launch day. We might start playing the game and be like, oh man, remember when the biggest problem was blueprints? You know?
With me here. Both the factory blueprints and the operator Wishadel from Arknights share the same space in the ecosystem of the game. That space, apparently, being a memetic agent that causes certain people to act in a certain way. That way being something along the lines of caring way too much how other people play a single-player game.
Yeah.
Be it Arknights players shaming those who use
I did miss that, to be fair, Min Man.
Endfield, not actually players yet, shaming people who plan to use blueprints in the future. Mind you, what I am saying now is entirely detached from anything inherent to the blueprints or how they will affect the game. This Super from the Future segment is about the social community aspect of it. It seems this subset of people is perplexed as to why someone would ever choose to play Endfield but skip the factory management, equating it to downloading a puzzle game like Portal 2, only to then watch a guide for every puzzle, thusly skipping the appeal of the game. Beyond the fact that someone could be playing Portal 2 just for the story and the character interactions, I should not have to explain why this is a bad comparison. Truth is, for as much as you want it to be, Endfield is not a factory builder. Endfield is an open-world action RPG with factory builder elements. Therefore, there is quite
so much more than the sums of its parts, right? You know, it's so much more than that.
a wide variety of reasons for which someone might want to play Endfield that are not the factory building. They could be the action combat, the characters, the story, the lore, the open world exploration, or even something else I haven't thought of. I've seen people play games just for the photo mode. So, to shame or shun people for not engaging with the factory, I feel is.
If you don't want to engage with the factory gameplay, what the fuck are you playing a game that heavily focuses on factory gameplay? It's clear that you think the overwhelming majority focuses on combat. But in terms of how much the time the player should expect to spend on a factory and combat, they are roughly equal. It's not elitism to want an actual unique game. You are the elitist if you think your opinion matters more than the people who want the game to actually be what it was originally advertised as, and the people who financially supported this company to be able to develop this game in the first place. You are responsible for the degradation of a unique experience that people like me were hoping for. Again, I'm the kind of person, of course, we want unique stuff, right? But again, this idea that people have ownership over what this game was always meant to be, just because they saw some buzzwords in a developer's bio or whatever. We've got to start understanding as well, right, guys? How many fucking gacha games have gacha in the fucking bio? How many times are they like action RPG? And then you're playing, you're like, well, this isn't really an action RPG, is it? It's kind of like sort of AFK heavy gacha game, but they don't say that. I think too many people got attached to certain terms off the bat, and we're like, yep, I know what this game's supposed to be now. I was in the board meetings, I was.
Not appropriate behavior when there are plenty of reasons someone would play the game outside of the factory. Endfield is not like a puzzle game. There is much more outside of the factory.
So, the commentary's kind of right, keyword, kind of. I'm not saying, like, say, talking about wanting unique things, I get it, I do. But I think we do, even though I joke around funding Endfield when I buy packs and stuff in the game, we can't, as people who enjoy Arknights, think that we have ownership over what Endfield have become because we was here before. You know, it's like, the way I look at stuff like that a little bit, it's like, you know, people who are like, I like this band when they were performing to 12 people in that pub on the fucking Birmingham New Road. You only liked them when they got famous. You know what I mean? You ain't a real fan. It kind of stinks of that a little bit to me sometimes.
Am I saying Endfield is good or will be good for certain? No, obviously not. I simply do not have the information to make that judgment call. I am saying that this most recent stream has shown me the Endfield community has a subset of people who are bitter, gloomy, and elitist about losing a perfect version of Endfield they had in their minds, or that they feel was stolen from them. But why do those people feel robbed exactly? Well, it is because of what I explained before. The technical tests were very different. They showed what was essentially an entirely different game. Yeah. One they deemed unique and special. Not
that's the thing that we always have to do as well when somebody who's been involved in tests and alphas for games for years. Never get it twisted that what you're playing now is going to be the game on launch. You know, that's the whole point. It's in a development phase, and sometimes stuff's just literally there as templates, and it was never meant to be. But you might enjoy it and think, well, this is how it has to be now. You know, like I say, I honestly do get worries that people have, and I understand the homogenization. We spoke about this before. I don't want to see games become homogenized. We've had these conversations, right? In my videos where I'm a little bit less interested in Azure Familiar now because it's rotation-based combat. Intros, outros by the looks of it. It looks like you're going to be support, sub DPS, rotate. And I don't want every action gacha game to be based like that. But at the same time, that's what the game's being designed as. I'm not going to stand there and think, I'm going to attach myself to this thing that's not a thing that it ever was. You know what I mean? If I'm making sense. Yeah, it is. I do agree with the fact that a subsection of the community's become very gloomy very gloomy, right?
falling into the Hoyoverse trap, while
Grumpy's.
still holding up a high standard when it came to animations and graphics. But think about it, could a game
I'm
like
coin
that, only catering to
Homogenized.
a
I like
niche
that.
but loyal player base, support the budget required for this level of quality?
Thank you.
And that's the crux of it. Endfield needs to
Yep.
succeed. The game
Yeah. It's not Arknights. And us expecting a one-to-one conversion in the game's style, the game's design philosophy, if you will, the game's monetization. I think, again, this is why I don't have a massive issue with the gacha right now. It might be trash on launch, depending on how much packs cost, currency costs, and how much economy, in-game economy we get, like resources. It might be ass, but we're looking at a different beast. Has to be handled in a different way, right? We're going from a game that's a much cheaper game to make, much cheaper game to produce. We've got PNG characters with text writing, and we've gone into a fully 3D world with voice acting and cutscenes and everything that comes with that as well. If we do want it to succeed, changes have to happen, right? It can't just stay the same, otherwise it'll fail, and then we won't have the game that you wanted if you wanted it to stay how it was, because it'll just not succeed. You know what I mean?
game is a high-budget, high-end AA live service game, and therefore Endfield needs to succeed in a way Arknights never had to. And to sustain its own budget, there have to be sacrifices to be made. It's like a lot of these people expected some sort of perfect world where Endfield can be both a high-budget, wonderfully made and gorgeous game, while also being a niche little passion project factory builder game with strategic niche combat gameplay. The two can't truly coexist, unfortunately.
Yep.
And mind you, I'm
All about that balance, right? All about that balance.
not defending the new gacha system or
What, do you not like the battle pass? What do you not like about the battle pass, Super? Out of curiosity, because I thought the idea of the battle pass was kind of cool. My one thing I saw that was maybe a negative is it because it creates a FOMO to log in every day. Do you know what I mean? Because, oh man, if I want to keep it, especially if you're on the, I think it's tier 2. Oh, you explain it. Nice one. I like that. So that's the negative I would have thought. But yeah, let's see what you got to say.
the battle pass. The new gacha system is 100% a step back, introducing
that's
FOMO
fair.
which did not exist.
I have no issue with it, but I think that's
prior.
fair.
And the battle pass, while it does pay for itself upon completion, meaning you only need to buy it once if you are diligent with your logins, still leaves a bad taste in my mouth and is an inherently predatory business module due to it.
Established routine of habit, much like logging rewards, also triggers FOMO through the limited rewards. And okay, all right, yeah. So it's kind of where I see the negative side of it. Then okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Say, because as somebody who used to play Fortnite, right, that was the problem with it. You get to get it free in a sense. It's a one-time buy, but there is that I have got to log in today, otherwise I'm going to end up having to spend. So yeah, all right, yeah, okay, yeah. I agree. I think the gacha is a step backwards. I don't mind it though, personally. As somebody who plays a lot of the gacha games as well that are just inherently worse, that's not a defense song. I don't mind it too much, but yeah. I can't really disagree with that, to be fair.
It's nature. Before you even think
easy,
it,
yeah.
which at this point were like 20 minutes in the video, so you probably thought about it, this video is not a
Because you could potentially buy it early and completely stop playing the game. Yeah. A lot of people say that, don't they? I'll wait till I've got the pass completed on the game, then I buy it, and then I get all my rewards straight away. Yeah. I'd offer a counter that, let's say, it's just a pass you buy every time it comes up, right? Say you don't play the game for a month, you don't buy it, and then you buy it again. Kind of can do the same with this. You just don't log in, all right? You don't get it free next month. You just have to buy it again, right? Nah, I get it. Nah, I think it's fair. I think it's fair.
hit piece or subtweet on Toborwa. The guy himself, for as much as he seems to viscerally hate me,
Did he really say this? Wow. What the fuck? Damn. Okay. I did not know. What? Okay. That's weird energy.
has repeatedly proven he has critical thinking skills and is sharing his criticism in good faith. He himself has realized the Dodge drama is stupid and doesn't matter. However, it is undeniable the effects those videos have had on.
Yeah, I think inevitably, I think it was a more negative than a positive overall. I like the conversations, and I don't want anybody to ever not feel like putting their 2 cents in, right? Because this is our discourse, but I do think, I don't know if it was just because he put the video in such an eloquent way, and it was a well-made video. You know, it was a well-made video in terms of like a video, a published video. You know, the beats, everything, the editing, all of that stuff. But I think it was a, you know, I think in the whole of it, it was a more of a negative situation than a positive situation, right? And as you said, you know, but damn, man, that message, holy shit. I'm still thinking about that. I didn't know bro was like that.
A lot of people, due to them, perhaps, being a little unnecessarily and
the only AK content in existence all actively shit on. Necessarily an overwhelming negative about everything related to the game. Well, that's a bit ironic. That's a bit ironic, isn't it? When you think of it. I'm not even saying these points don't have some validity to them. Well, that's a bit ironic. Wow. Okay.
Overwhelmingly negative. An Endfield video that does not go over his channel would simply be incomplete. On the China Joy stream reaction video, there was a pinned comment explaining that
Oh, could you not see? Do you guys want to see that? Sorry. Not bad. I mean, you can always go and watch Super's video.
Channel would simply be incomplete. On the China Joy stream reaction video, there was a pinned field video those have had on a lot of people, due to them, perhaps, being a little unnecessarily and over.
There you go. And again, as I say, I'm not saying Tobaro's worries aren't based in, you know, coming from a valid, okay, this could be a worry. Acting like that's what's going to happen is a different thing, and other people acting like that. Like, there's a bit of irony there, right? There's a bit of irony there. Overwhelmingly negative about things, everything related to the game. It's like, I honestly, like I say, I've only ever had positive interactions with him. I've had very little interactions with him, but they've been positive. I honestly didn't know he was like this. At the end of the day, just because somebody's, you know, how they are in a content, you know, we're all human beings, but I'm surprised. I am.
Overwhelmingly negative. An Endfield video that does not go over his channel would simply be incomplete. On the China Joy stream reaction video, there was a pinned comment.
Nothing wrong with shitposting, really. You've got to understand as a content creator, you know, acting as things that are fact when you don't know is a little bit different to critiquing something in a game as it's out and being like, I don't like this. That's a different thing because you've got an experience of it. But then there's not a problem to shitpost, doom post, and make negative posts, but it's a different thing to shit posted another CC for what I can see. There's no reason, man. I like Superman, and you know, I've never watched his content and been like, you know what? Fuck this prick. Fuck him. I've never felt like that.
Explaining that Toboro disabled comments on the video to avoid negativity. It said something along the lines that he saw too much doom and gloom for his taste, and he still wants people to be excited for Endfield like he is. Here is a screenshot of that comment I found on Twitter. I need to use Twitter because this comment is gone, and the title of the video is back to what it was originally. For someone that wants people to be excited about Endfield and doesn't feel comfortable letting the doom and gloom comments spiral out of control and treated this as a learning experience, he sure does seem to like stirring the pot.
I got the receipts. Bro got the receipts. Okay. Remind me never to fuck about with Super. Bro got the receipts.
Did you know that nothing can ever be bad, ever? Yes, that's right. If you like something, every single decision made by the people that made it must therefore be good. Integrity is elitist, actually. And apparently, talking about your concerns is crashing out. Being critical of something you like is doom posting, and wanting games to be unique and interesting is elitist. Absolutely nothing I say or do short of deleting my channel and killing myself will be good enough for people who think like that. Crash out doom posting
that for me, that insert to that there, I was like, what? What?
Elitist here. And if only a tiny fraction of players are engaging with a certain part of the game, why the hell would they invest their resources into building on it and developing it further?
It's just got the receipts as well here. I like it. Okay. Alright, yeah, you cooked with this video, bro.
But I'm calling it now. Once we go elsewhere, it will be dramatically less important with each new region. And then that's all followed up with, the goal is to let more administrators fall in love with what makes this experience special, the joy of building with your own hands. You have allowed your game to be lobotomized by Philistines. People who do not even slightly give a shit about your art. People who will abandon you in droves the moment a shinier distraction appears. But hey, devs listened. That's all that fucking matters, right? Devs listening to the most asinine, illiterate demographic on Earth. The kind of people who will actively try to turn your game into...
The thing as well, that you know, and I know, like, part of this is for the content, but that condescending thing of the asinine illiterate part of the community is, if you know, their opinion matters, like, even if they are, their opinion matters less, right? Yeah, again, it's this whole thing of everything is factual, and this is where we're going now. This is where we're going. Again, I've got no issue with doom posting. And a lot of the time when people say something's doom posting, it's not really doom posting to something comes out, something shit, and you say, this is kind of shit. But, man, it ain't even out yet. This is true, like, doom posting.
The shit that lazy parents put on an iPad in front of their drooling toddler?
However, do not get me wrong again. I am not attributing this to malice. I understand how this argument can come off. I do not want you to think I am calling Toboro...
Again, I want to reiterate that as well. I do think I disagree, right? I do. And I guess, you know, sometimes it's not what you say, it's the way you say it. Whatever, who cares? I'm a grown-ass man, I ain't offended by that. But I understand the validity of the worries. I do. Like, I want everybody to know that as well. Just like how Super's saying here. Somebody disagreeing with you isn't dismissing your point, right? It's literally it, right? That's the whole point of discourse.
A grifter farming enragement for clicks. That is demonstrably not the case. I believe what happened is that Toboro thought that by front-loading the video with positive information and explaining all he liked about the stream first, that would lessen the blow and stop the dooming from spiraling. I wish it worked like that. Making a video like this and...
What was that essay? What was that?
Directly making fun of the people complaining about doom posting with such a snarky attitude does nothing but achieve the very thing he's said he wishes to avoid, that being the doom spiraling out of control. All that...
I think that is kind of doom posting, right? You know, again, critiquing something, but acting like you've got the clairvoyance of the outcome. Kind of, you know, you're stating the doom is coming. The end is nigh. The end is nigh, right? It kind of is.
Quick-fire reactionary videos like these truly achieve is dividing the community even more, while giving the people who are bitter, dissatisfied and toxic encouragement to continue being that way, and thusly inviting more toxicity from the opposite side as well. No one is innocent. It also makes Toboro himself look like a grifter, which is a clearly wrong view of the guy.
Yeah.
Even if...
Again, I have never had any negative interactions with Toboro, and I think he makes, in my opinion, good content, right? Eloquently put, well thought out, if sometimes I think a bit too definitive. You know, like his first video on the whole Dodge thing, right? There was parts of that video I thought were genuinely well made and actually funny. I reacted to it, and I took that video as a well-made video, right? I understood philosophical points. I disagreed on certain things, and I agreed on certain things. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. That was post about Super. I can know all the memes about like being the most hated AKCC, but like, unless I was missing sarcasm there, and I am British, I wasn't spotting the sarcasm.
Posting this video and then going back to delete the comment about him reflecting on the impact and the consequences of videos like the one he just posted is not a good look.
That's true.
Personally, I also posted some rage bait immediately after the stream, which I have now deleted, as even facetiously, it's not something that should remain up, which is why I am not attributing Toboro's behavior to malice or grifting.
At the end of the day, right, you know, when it comes to rage bait, we all dabble. We all dabble. We do. It's kind of fun sometimes, right? People get a bit weird in comment sections and on Twitter and posts. It's kind of in it, right? Come on, it's not the end of the world.
Just an incorrect emotional response from someone that got very angry. I was not immune to a reactionary emotional reaction either.
Yep.
And God knows I am very familiar with making mistakes. Still, this warrants...
That's it, innit? That's what I say when I talk about my bias. I'm cognizant of my biases. I try my best to not let them impact my opinion and my views when I'm talking about stuff, but I know they do. We're human at the end of the day. We all make mistakes, aren't we? Yeah, it's part of the journey, isn't it?
Pointing out. In the end, I don't know why people are so distrusting of Hypergryph, as if this company has not proven themselves for the past 6.5 years. Yes, companies are not your friend, but I am just looking at the facts here. The base in Arknights was not abandoned. SSS, reclamation algorithm, every other failed mode was not abandoned. The story keeps getting better and better despite the skip button and despite the fact few people actually read it. Despite how...
Why the fuck is there a 32x? And let's just literally just to get to a particular point in the story that you want to look at again, right? Because it's like, what the fuck?
much the game changed over the years, its core identity remained. The game has rampant objective power creep, and yet Hypergryph has shown they know how to handle it, and still make the game enjoyable, even thanks to the power creep. If there is one company I could consider trusting when it comes to cooking with Endfield, it is Hypergryph. Even
Why
in
would
the
we trust
new gacha...
Hypergryph? Well, for a bunch of reasons that Super just said here. I think, you know, when it comes to trusting a company, I don't know if it's the right word, but your expectations of what to come, I think it is fair when it comes to that, if you're going to do it logically, right, is to look at what has been. It's like that when, you know, how you expect people to treat you in life. They've treated you a particular way in the past. It's kind of logical to expect a similar treatment in the future, right? Now, people can switch up on you. People can turn out to be bastards. Companies can turn out to really shift their philosophical ideals. new people come into corporations, new management, shareholders expect certain things. Things change. This can happen. They might, like I say, this game might come out and be ass, and they run it into the ground and mismanage it. Who knows? But from how they've dealt with Arknights, that leads you to believe that, okay, they've got credit in the bank. That's what I'd argue it is as. Less of trust and more, I think they've got credit in the bank, and I think we at least need to give them chance to see where they go with things, right? Because for me, their credit's got actually some value to it compared to a lot of the other companies in this space as well. At the end of the day, they are still a company. At the end of the day, they're about putting food on the table for themselves, and you know, we'll have to see, won't we?
System and Battle Pass, which I feel everyone can unanimously agree are not great. You can tell Hypergryph is trying to compromise, to find the middle ground between
balance.
Sustaining Endfield's high live service budget and not being too predatory. The gacha system, while making everyone limited, has each operator live for much longer time compared to the competition. The Battle Pass, while inherently predatory due to its nature, pays back for itself on completion. I am not
Agree. Both sides. Yeah, man.
saying the new gacha system and the battle pass are good. I am not saying that the compromise justifies those systems. I am not saying the blueprints are good. I am not even saying the dodge is good. I have not played the game. I don't know. I am saying that Hypergryph has
Base take, right? Base take. I don't know if it's going to be good. I ain't played it. It's not out. Who knows? Might be good. Might not. You know, I mean, we did. No, this has been a brilliant video. I've been yapping a lot, but this is how I do stuff when I react. I want people who, if you want to go and watch the video, guys, be sure to go watch this video. This deserves views. We need more of this in the community because it has been a bit gloomy the last few days. That's why on my channel, I've tried to really talk about some of the positives. We spoke about the blueprints and the gacha system, but I tried to add my viewpoint on it because I'm quite positive about them, if I'm honest. But again, we just don't know, do we? And I think this video, I hope this bangs.
has proven itself
We need it.
for 6 years, and even now, you can tell they are trying to compromise. So, personally, I am willing to let them cook. In the end, I am hopeful, but that's just me. Maybe I am just too hopeful or naive. God knows I watched the TTGL too many times. Maybe I'll...
Again, maybe me and Suba, you guys will come back in 6 months' time, 12 months' time, however long it is, and be like, told ya. Like, yeah, you know what? You were right. You were right. I hope not, but we just don't know. But I'm excited, man. I'm genuinely excited for this game. And that stream didn't damp my excitement. I'm more excited after watching that stream than I was before it.
Be eating my words a year from now. That's all. Max out your last right. Bye.
Yeah. That's all the sponsor segment. Yeah, great video. Great video. Yeah. Again, I think the only part of this video where I think we separate a little bit, and that's just because I suppose from playing some shitty games with shitty gacha systems, I'm a little bit more forgiving on, is the gacha system. I would have liked the standard pull thing to happen, right? But I don't think it's a terrible system. And again, I do get the worries with it, and I get the critiques of it. Of course I do. And the same with the Battle Pass. I said this like right before you actually said it. I get that. I get the, you know, the predatory nature, the desire to keep you logging in every day because they're habits that they want you to build up, and that's more than likely to make you be more likely to spend. But again, I look at the positives and I'm like, oh, man, Battle Pass one-time buy. I like that. It just depends on how many activities I have to do to fuel it up each day. I hope it's simple. I hope they don't have me running through hoops because then I won't be a fan of that. Yeah, other than that, I'm pretty much in lockstep. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think it is a step back. I think that's pretty objective. It is, right, compared to Arknights. I suppose I'm looking at it in because I know people probably won't want to do this now, and I'm not comparing them as pieces of art, but its contemporaries, I think, we'll have to see, because at the end of the day, the best gacha system in the world is trash if the in-game economy is trash and it's super expensive, right? Compared to its contemporaries, I feel like it's going to be a better system. But that doesn't take away from the fact that you're right. It's a step back from Arknights for sure. I suppose it's just a step back that I'm okay taking, as you say. It's that balance for me. And I think we have to accept that in a lot of ways, we're never going to get a one-for-one to Arknights because it's a whole different beast in what they're making here, isn't it? But yeah, I think, bro, pretty much on everything else. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I don't know what more to add to that. I've added what I can add to that. I think it's a brilliant video. Put yourself out there eloquently. Came with receipts as well. I must admit, I'm a little bit disappointed in those posts on Taiwan as well. Not that he cares about my disappointment. He ain't gonna give a fuck. But I'd like to say, I've only had positive interactions with him. Yeah, bit of a shame. But yeah, man. Yeah, great video, guys. Obviously, everybody in here knows Super. If you haven't already, go watch the video though. I know we did react. I only reacted to these so early because Super said to watch it. Usually, I like to let people's videos at least cook for a day because I'm not the biggest content creator out there at all, but, you know, I always feel like it gives people a chance to go watch that video properly and then you can maybe come and watch me slot react to you. But yeah, great video, dude. Great video. We dropped her a preemptive like anyway. Yeah, man. Again, I can't disagree on the gacha, and I think I'm pretty much in lockstep here on most things, isn't I? If I'm honest. Evolving forward. One more vid from React Smash. I want to watch this one as well. From Moose on Caffeine. She's going back to watch it. I do want to watch this video from Rednu about Chaos Hero Nightmare as well, because apparently he's got the source on Chaos Hero Nightmare. Apparently it goes a little bit deeper than small PP people were in the Owens cooking them out. So I kind of want to check that out as well. Fix poaching newborn YT views. We got Last Right instead. Out of curiosity, what are your guys' views on Last Right? Because I really like her design, but I am a bit of a gooner as well. Look, honestly, I'll admit it, right? I like gooner characters. You know how I like it? I only want them sprinkled here and there because too much of it removes all the fun, you know what I mean? And if everything's a 6-star, nothing's a 6-star, right? You know? I like a design, I do. Hate a designing character. I can understand. Obviously, the design is totally subjective. I do get maybe people not liking the way she's all like, you know, like, I can understand that. I quite like the juxtaposition of her being like that. And it's cliche, right? She being all like shy and, oh my God. And then she whips out a big ass sword and starts caving people's heads in. It's cliche. I like it. I like cliches sometimes, I do. I already painted my walls white from watching her. Massive aura lost. That's right. Every room, every service. That's right. Design is Gooner Game EOS. It's alright, but too blue for my taste. I can understand that. Fair point. We got Last Right EN voice. She's alright. I want my woman a bit more armoured. I don't disagree with that. I do like, again, I wish we'd have got a armoured Jinsey in Wuthering Waves, but alas, we got her in a fucking nightgown, but you know. We got to revamp aside from EM voice direction. Play out for the gameplay, I don't care about the look. Really? I do. You know, obviously gameplay is the most important thing in the game. I always joke around it, right? It depends on how meta something is. I usually go for waifu over meta, and what I mean by that is look, because if it's a male character anyway. But if a character's really good, then fuck what they look like. Overly sexual only to sell more. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think that's a fact, right? I just like a design. I think I'm a fan of that blue, man. Might be a bit too much, maybe, but I like her. On a side to dude, that's so like it just reminds me of the Inez skin. You know, when she gains the mask, when she pulls out that scythe and she's got that big ice mask. Oh, I think it looks fucking cool, man. You will breed Last Right because she's scantily dressed Gooner design. I'll breed Last Right because I'm into shy women to the point of mental illness. We're not the same. See, I like that as well. I like that about fucking, oh fuck, I forgot her name now. We were. Neo, you still there? You guys know who I'm on about. Who was the character in Wuthering Waves that came out now? I forgot her fucking name. The paintbrush one. I forgot her name. He was one of my most hype characters. And then I lost my 50-50 and I was pissed. I'm glad I'm desensitized to gooning because that's right design ain't doing it for anything for you. I've seen a lot of people actually who don't really like you. Jeji, that's it, yeah, Jeji. How did I forget that? You play Woo at you. Yeah, I used to be a fanboy, man. I was a fanboy. 2.2, that was the last time I played it. Oh, Dead Owned. I heard you did a bit of whaling in Woo, did you? Nothing wrong with whaling, by the way. Honestly though, the only thing about Last Right is why Shane rotting. She's literally a ghoul. I don't get Arknights when I look at her. I suppose though, you could argue this is Arknights Endfield, isn't he? But I get what you're saying. You're not wrong. You know, you're not wrong. The only thing mothering in this household is the heights. A little. Don't you read the story? Because someone already tried to find a way to do something about the rotting. Oh, okay. I haven't read anything about that. Yeah, I haven't read anything about that. We found a story, Skipper. Too many G's. How many G's, bro? How many? New car G's. What are we talking? You can tell me to fuck off if you don't want to say. All right. Actually, yeah. Good question. Favorite character and the gameplay. What you thinking, guys? Obviously, we've played these, but I'll tell you what I'm going for if they're in here. I don't know if they're in here. I'm assuming Soul. Where is he? Bruh. Not even a question for me. Not even a question. When it comes to who was my favourite character out of what we saw. It's your boy Helaga. That means border guard, yeah. Pogranachik, whatever you pronounce it. Apparently it means border guard in Russian, doesn't it? That skill. Yeah. Sold. We'll get 30 minutes gameplay. Blame Super. I blame it on Super. He got me watching that video and I was invested. Yeah. I agree, Mr. Dude. And like, whatever his design, it's all off with the shield cards, man. You know? Honestly, one of the coolest skins. And of course, after playing Arknights now, and like, you know, the shield guards are fucking cool, right? They're fucking dope. They're like, you know, they're badass. To see them in 3D form doing that, it was just like genuinely like, okay, kind of moment. As I said, when it comes to video games, I'm like a kid. I'm still happy as an adult. I get excited about video games. Hella Young is great. I'll probably have Leo, but can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, what's up, Crystal? I remember people say Goonabite because they usually mean fan service. It's just become a term, isn't it now, really? Remembering the conversation Helago we had with Patriot in operational intelligence, it makes me think happy. Search of Helago's skin. What I'm looking, a particular one I'm looking at. Oh shit! I'm assuming this is one, yeah. What about this one? Okay, I like that then. They've fuck, where is he? They've definitely followed over with the design, haven't they? Even like with the background as well, right? With the guards in the background. That's fucking cool, actually. That actually makes it even cooler. Okay. All right. That actually makes it even cooler. I'm not gonna lie. That's dope. All right, cool. Yeah, man. I think out of all of them, hella good for me. I admit, I really like last, right? This dude, Alesh, not really vibing with it. Not my kind of character, to be fair. Dad Panda, I'm here for. But, yeah, I'd say Helga. Delia looks alright. I'm curious to try, hopefully getting to the beta, I'm curious to try out Serta's new gameplay. Because she's a striker now, right? She switched from a caster to a striker, hasn't she? Do you know what as well? Like, even though these look like 4 stars, right? Their gameplay, you know, their gameplay actually looks decent, especially hers. Like, her jumping and flipping animations are actually really good. They don't feel like 4-star animations. I'm still getting AO every time I look at that. I really like Last Right's design, I do. I'm a fan. Alright, cool. I know a lot of people will be looking forward to her as well, right? There was a lot of assumptions around people potentially thinking it was a Sui sibling, yeah. Unless you're going to be Enfield Myrtle. Unless she's just a bloke. I do like how he, like, brings the fish down. Like, that's kind of cool. Ekakuri is the actual second coming of Myrtle. How many detached sleeves we got? I think that sometimes, you know, when you look gacha games, anime games in general, I'm like, man, it must take a long time for some of these to get dressed in the morning, right? You know, like, if there's ever an emergency and they're in bed, they can't ever get there on time. They just wouldn't make it happen. All the layers and buckles and belts and different outfits, like, it's just, yeah, you know? Yeah, what's about, Law? Yeah, man. It does look cool, though. It does look cool. Let's have a look. Do you know what? I missed this. I missed him say Wenfield. I can't believe it. I actually missed him say Wenfield. I was too buzzing to see what was happening with the beta. Oh, is this what you was on about? Four basic attack sequences dealing physical damage to enemies. When performing a finisher on an enemy, deals massive physical damage and restores some SP. So the animations are fucking sick. Unleashes a frontal slash that deals damage and applies heat infliction. Combo skill can be activated when an enemy is staggered. Performs a 2-part thrust, each dealing damage and restoring. Okay, so she's proper SP printer. Yeah. Oh shit, she is all about SP, right? Initiates art channeling to launch 3 rallying flares and each restoring some SP. Holy fuck. That looks kind of cool. I do like how they've got like these basic designs for them, but their animations still look really good. Okay, she's an SB printer then, yeah. That's cool. I like that. Alright, no worries, Crystal. Have fun with it, buddy. Have fun with it. Appreciate you stopping by. Kind of worried a combo skill won't run much unless stagger nodes counter staggered. The green one, is that the one with the guns? That the one with the dual guns? We already saw that, haven't we? Yeah, we're going 3. Oh no, some of these are. You want to bet this one? Yeah, she does look cool, actually. I do like the fact that I really like her animations as well. I see discussion that's not about blueprints. Alright. Okay. Just have a look in gacha game in a second. Goddess Order put into indefinite maintenance mode. I played this a little bit. It's alright, I guess. Fuck. Are we getting a game that's gonna last less than Tribe 9? Holy shit. That's 2 games in indefinite maintenance now. You know what? I gotta put a good word in for Trickcal, Chibi Girl. I kinda like this game, chat. I think it's kind of fun. It's actually quite cool. A little bit like Resonant Solstice kind of feels like it with Dex. Resonant Solstice actually alright as well. The current Korean Trinity. It's funny how people go fucking attack Google Classroom. Love and Deep Space Lads fandom outraged because dark-skinned MCs are still invisible after 2 years since launch and devs finally responded, but still no real commitment for Dixie. It's because most of the audience are not Western and couldn't give a fuck, probably. Boyoverse can't make this character playable because he's too evil and Chinese policies don't allow it. For other games, you want to play as the villain? Of course, champ. Pick your favourite war criminal. Punishing Grey Raven anniversary. Happy Halloween 2025 official gacha game artworks. This is for okay, yeah. Oh wow, I like that. I didn't see any of these. Actually, I think I saw the reverse one. Wow. Really? Holy shit. All of them coming out with quite peak artwork, yeah. And then Snowbreak were like, yeah. And we were like, yeah. Alright. Multiple swing Silver Ash 2 showcase. Should we have a look at this, chat? Should we have a little look at a Silver Ash Ultra skill case? Skill showcase, sorry. Let's have a little look. I'm curious. This is from My Moon as well. Oh, subscribe to these. Just drop a sub as well. Check it out. Let's have a look. Ooh. Holy shit. What the fuck? Just every day I log on to YouTube and look at gameplay in this game, I just get humbled. Bro, the bullying you're going to be able to do with this. I was making shit lag.
懐かしい。すべ漂う匂いが変わりつつある。 雪がすべて氷雪の溶けるのごとく。派手な傷。
I feel like he's going to be super, super fun. I feel like he's going to be fun as fuck, man. Like, just looking at his kit when we first heard about it, I was like, this sounds fucking dope, in my opinion. But this looks like this could be really fun, this does. Obviously, being E1, I'm not going to get the maximum benefit, but...
決断を下せ。はからず雪がすべて葬るのを待とう。はからず氷雪の溶けるのをごとく。決断なり、いずれ浄土を踏み荒らせしことを悔いぬ。
Bro's getting bullied. Bro, straight up bullying Patriot, man. What the fuck?
いずれ浄土を踏み荒らせしことなん。いずれ浄土を踏み荒らせしことを悔いぬ。わからずなんと。いずれ浄土を踏み荒らせしことを悔いぬ。 決断なんと。いずれ浄土を踏み荒らせしこと。雪がすべて葬るのを待とう。
I remember my very first time playing this, and you know when I first started to think, I think I'm starting to get a grip of what's going on here, and then these dudes started to land down. I was like, fuck, because in my head I thought they were going to beeline for the blue box, so it brought everything into question. Because straight away I started panic deploying. It took me I think it took me 2 tries to be like, oh, okay, it's only this box for Patriot, right? I think he looks like it's gonna be really fun. I can't wait to give him a whirl. I can't wait to give him a whirl. Yeah, but the stage is here, because in case alright, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. I don't want to spoil myself in case it changes the way I play Sage. Apparently, cashiers auto attacks trivializing content in Stellasaura. I don't think anybody cares. Might talk about that another time. You know what, chat? I played some Stellasaura over the weekend and I had fun. In saying that though, like I said, I like the game. I do, right? I don't like the way Yosard went from the beta to the launch of the game, because it is a bit of a shame, but I do like it. I do like it. We've got a coziness test going to start on the 7th of November, guys, for Petit Planet, Hoyo's one of 2 new games that we know about. Apparently, though, I did speak on this like fucking year ago now, nearly. Expect more announcements. Potentially up to another 3 Hoyo game announcements. So I'll let you know. Oh yeah, Theory restarts launched on Steam. I don't know if anybody cares. This is a game. It's still doing all right, money wise, right? I think it did like 8 mil or something this month. Nobody talks about this game anymore, do they? Nobody talks about this game anymore. Just fell off a cliff, didn't he? It's a shame. Game that I was actually looking forward to, and then another game that I think just mismanaged to the point of some other games, but it's just a massive. I feel like you need to fucking turn this into a job if you're going to play this game and attempt to play it as a low spender or free to play. So, shall we talk about this, chat? I did say I wanted to talk about this, okay? You get its ads sometimes. Oh, do ya? I've never seen an ad for it. What did you say? Look in general. What's in React Smash here? Okay, look from where I'm at it. Let's go. Oh, Doom posting Black Beacon, my favorite thing to do, man. Even fucking gacha revenue is Doom posting them. The biggest revenue decrease. Warren Awards. According to the Gaming on Phone Award, though, they got fucking 2 awards. This is the real deserved award right here. 90 fucking % decrease, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Just be glad you're not a Black Beacon fan, guys. Let's stop joking off or no? Dag is such a dickhead. Such a dickhead, you know. He's geezer, man. He's fucking geezer. What a prick. Dickhead. See, chat, this is what I deal with in Discord. Come to Discord if you want to watch me get bullied on a regular. It's a common thing now. Chat just bullies me in Discord, man. You know? It's disgusting if you ask me. It's disgusting. Certified Black Beacon hater. Oh, I am. So, let's have a drink and then we'll talk about these, guys. We'll talk about these. I know this is going to be to everybody's interest. I do want to talk about this because I think it's worth it. Yeah, it looks better back there. What do you mean? It ain't changed. I just fucking wear my cap all the time in the mini because remember, my hairdresser fucked my hair up. Remember that? I had to go and get some dumbass high fade. On his true self. Oh, his missus drew that. Okay. That's great. Alright. Okay. Speaking of Owen, let's talk about Chaos Zero Nightmare, shall we? A game I have got nothing but positive things to say about, guys. Right? I adore this game. I think alongside Arknights, it's potentially one of the most complex, but in a good way, layered, nuanced gacha game in terms of its combat and gameplay loop. It's fucking great. Like the variability and options and the way you can build characters differently, and then just the gameplay loop itself. It's top tier, in my opinion. Top tier. The story starts off really good, in my opinion. And if you haven't done Renoa's Trauma Code just yet, do that, because I think that's fucking amazing. I really enjoyed that. To the point where, the end, I'm not going to spoil it because there's multiple endings. I was like, damn, man, I'm getting a little bit choked up with this. I thought it was really well done. The story, apparently, I've just got to where it starts to turn. And I must admit, I do think this game should have gone a lot darker. I do. I think it should have gone a lot darker. Because the setting, the gameplay, everything points to this game potentially being darker. There's been a lot of controversy recently because Korea and maybe they've kind of been misrepresented to a degree, but not entirely, because there's definitely been some people getting a little outraged over things that are, for most people, are probably like, yeah, it's a bit weird, bro. Initially, it started off with people thinking it was just about Owen. And if you don't know, he doesn't really cook you out in the game, but there was some subsections of the community that were very annoyed by the fact that the game kind of doesn't revolve around you being orbited by all the waifus and everybody wanting you and you being the absolute Rizzler, and characters kind of actually having some depth to them and interacting kind of probably how they should, in my opinion. I am a type of person, I don't mind self-inserts from time to time. I do prefer a well-rounded interesting cast of characters that don't just fawn over the main character. But apparently, that's not the entire story. I saw this post yesterday, I think it was, in Reddit, and then Discord told me Breadnew had apparently been doing some investigation and had discovered that things aren't quite as they seem. So let's have a look at this post, and then I think we'll watch the video and see what Breadnew's got to say. Guys, if you haven't checked out Breadnew as well, great content creator, been absolutely blowing up recently through Uma Musume. I've known Breadnew well before that happened. Great content creator, great dude. Should check him out, especially if you like Uma Musume. He's the man. But let's have a look at this post and then we'll watch the video. Yeah. So, developer note from the 25th, sorry, of October on the story in the chaos mode. Because if you don't know, after all this, the developers have come out, sincerely apologise, and the start of the game's getting rewritten. So, there's positives if you want to see the story get darker, I guess, which I do. The worry is, how does that affect the development of the game? Hopefully not in a negative way. And hopefully the developers don't focus too much on small voices, I guess, because they've got something special here. And I really don't want us to lose it. But let's see what they've got to say then. So, there is a new developer's note addressing the 2 issues noted frequently by users, habit that the devs seem to be listening. Too long, don't read. We'll try to make the story darker. Awesome. Reduce fatigue on chaos mode and make it easier to remove cards. Great. So I noticed that the Korean version of the developer note is slightly different, and they have additional note about the players complaining that they don't seem to be the focus of the story, like referring to the Owen NTR. They said they take this matter very seriously and currently in discussion about improving the story. Do you know what I saw some people getting mad about? If you remember, there's a part of the story, right, where the characters tell ya, get to the back, because that little pistol you've got is not really going to do much damage. And some people thought that was an analogy and pointing towards they got little dicks. I was like, bro, I never even considered that when I was playing the game, right? I just thought, we're just not a powerful character. But somebody sat there and went, bro, did they just say I got a small dick? What the fuck? Which I thought was kind of funny. So, went through the Korean forum, and they're really, really mad about Owen NTR. Multiple posts cussing at the developers, saying they're not going to play until they delete Owen and the involved female characters. I hope they don't do that. And I guess that's why the Korean developers note especially mentions it. I didn't even realise this was an issue. And obviously, this just goes on to talk about this, right? Talking about an issue where cards with the remove effect are occasionally recorded in saved data. Not sure if that means they'll get removed cards are not supposed to count towards the saved data limit, or if there are certain cases where it gets removed. So this is basically just going on with the initial worries, what people thought that's all it was about. But apparently, as I say, it goes a bit beyond that. So let's see what Red New's got to say and see how far and how deep the rabbit hole goes, shall we, guys? All right, if you haven't already, go check out Red New. Check it out.
Since you asked for more info regarding the CZN drama in Korea, so if you guys don't know, I'm playing a lot of Chaos Zero Nightmare. I'm really enjoying it. I'm kind of figuring out like what I want to do for guides, but I posted this like a day ago. We were talking about this Reddit thread.
The story in Korea is much different than we got in the end. Okay, small PP behavior. Saying you have a small shooter for real.
This Reddit thread said that there was a developer note apologizing for Owen, and essentially there's a lot of drama in the Korean version of Chaos Zero Nightmare, basically calling for Owen's death. Most people wrote it off as like a lot of sort of Korean incel culture.
True.
I'm half Korean, by the way.
Most of us did, right? Most of us did, but apparently there's more.
I'm not like super involved, but I do know that there is like a lot of how would I say it? It's not like all Koreans are incels, but there's like a pretty big Korean incel culture. Like a lot of people will write it off as like Owen being a male, talking to all these women. But I read this very interesting YouTube comment.
Okay.
I read this very, very interesting YouTube comment. In my experience, Owen doesn't really cuck the player much, even though that's what the Korean fan base is basically accusing Owen of. He doesn't cuck the player much. He doesn't steal the women. He doesn't like go into like, I don't know, wins their heart or whatever, from my experience looking at the story. But apparently, Korean players found out that developers of this game bullied and gaslighted original story writer, made him quit from development. This drama was confirmed by company developer community Blind and story writers, co-worker illustrators X, I guess that's their Twitter. Not just that, developers of this game altered original story in horrible way. Entire story was changed with hatred toward the original story writer.
That's crazy if that's true, right? Like bullied and gaslit the original writer. Because apparently that's true, right? We've got a different writer in the game now, yeah. And I think it is. If like I have got the video saved and watch. If you go back and watch some of the old trailers, it definitely does look like some scenes that was alluded to being much darker than what they were in the game that we got to see. Which for a game like this, I think it's a shame, right? Not everybody wants that. But this game, like, it's this game potentially could be the darkest game in gacha. You know, it starts off freaking hell. One character gets squeezed like a fucking tube of toothpaste, right? And the setting and the environments that you're fighting and the animations are all incredibly dark. Like, the universe has so much potential to have super, super dark storylines. And I think it would be better for it, right? It would definitely be better for it.
They purposely
crazy if this
changed
is
the
true.
story to make player hate Owen. They purposely changed the story to make Renoa and girl characters hate the player. A lot of the criticism that the Korean players have of the story is that...
Be interesting to see if this is actually true, or is these people just like maybe adding a bit of extra seasoning to what happened? Because if that's true, that's crazy.
The girl characters are kind of not valuing the main character that much, and it seems like they're valuing Owen more. They even changed...
I will say, though, obviously, I haven't finished what's in the story just yet. I've still got a bit to go. But at least in terms of Renoa, to me, it feels like there's a, you know, it feels like there's a connection brewing there and already there, right? Am I tripping? Like, do I find out soon? Am I going to find out soon that's all washed away? Because it feels like there's definitely a connection, you know, between those two characters. Or does Owen come along and straight cook you out? Does he come along and smack her ass and is like, come on, babe, I'm going back to mine. Maybe. But I felt like that, but I do think it's a lot chirpier in place. And I'm not saying we can't have that, but it does feel overall it's a lot chirpier than it should be.
The catchphrase of game to delete the trace of original story writer. The Korean players found this out by digging alpha builds, screenshots, all new articles, and PV trailers and screenshots.
Really interested to see
now
what
the Korean player community feels
story
pity
actually looks like
for Owen, because Owen was a character designed to be like innocent, not innocent child, but you know, just like innocent. And Renoa was protagonist's true understander who sacrificed her life with her love in the original story, which is what I thought. I think in the story for ZZN, Renoa does like a huge, great act of sacrifice for the player, and like is very heavily implied to have a lot of feelings for the player. I thought, yeah, it was interesting to see like such a disparity between like the fan bases and like their reception of the story. And it seems like the reason why is because the story is different in the Korean version of the game, I guess.
How different,
right?
though? Are we going to get that in this video? Or is it just going to be like certain nouns and, you know, terminology being slightly different? Or is it genuinely a quite different script?
So let's take a look. It says, since you asked for more info, right? This was in response to the comment. I was like, oh yeah, this is wild. I would love to see if anyone has screenshots to put it on the Discord. And someone delivered. Someone delivered. So
the man,
since you asked for more info regarding the season,
damn, it looks like bro's got receipts down here.
Season drama in Korea. Frankly, I think the comment that you replied to exaggerates stuff a bit, especially regarding the part about how Smilegate purposefully changed the story to make players hate Owen, or purposefully changed the story to make Renoa and girl characters hate the player. That person had strong emotions, and that is how they see this problem.
Okay, I was going to say, because that did sound a little bit, I'm like, really? I'm not saying that, like, things haven't took a turn and maybe potentially not been what they could have and maybe even have a new writer, but that would be a weird thing for them to do. To, like, what would the self-sabotage in that regard?
Not everyone's view. But the workplace bullying is real. Okay. And this did not go unchecked by the CEO, but he in fact took part in it. And it started a massive wave of refunds for CZN in the Korean server. Starting a bit more.
Oh, damn. That sucks if that's the case. Because, like, it had a really good opening week, right? Within 8 days, it made, like, 6 million, which is really good. You know, obviously, if you counted that for every week, you'd look at, like, 24, but the first week's going to be front-loaded, so 10 to 15 million, potentially, on the opening month. Pretty good for a title like this, you know? It's not a big action game. So anything over 10 million on the first month is really good.
Then 24 hours ago. In short, this writer called GGD, I don't know, Smilegate? I don't know what GGD is. I guess maybe the writer? Gave up his career as a web novel writer and joined Smilegate. CZN's developer. He was the main scenario writer for CZN, but due to bullying and workplace politics, he and his scenario were dumped and he left the company. This is not absolutely certain, but there's quite good evidence for this. The details are in the slides here. There are also leaked.
Okay then. So like, obviously, it's still wild to think they would purposely do that with a story, but if they really had some kind of, felt some kind of way about this dude, it's not out the realm of possibility that maybe they want to kind of throw shade at them, but it'd be a risky thing to do, right? That would potentially sabotage yourself to throw rocks at somebody else.
Evidence pointing to what CCN could have been had GGD remained the main scenario writer. Wow. So GGD, this writer that they hit up, was, I guess, a pretty successful web novel writer, joined them, then got ditched. There are also leaked evidence pointing to what CCN could have been. Yeah, I already read that. In my personal opinion, it is much better than what we got now. The Korean scenario or community went absolutely nuts upon learning this. The NTR meme was half a joke, and those who didn't think much of it remained. But upon learning this, the Korean...
All right, so it seems like maybe outside of Korea, we've took a little bit too much with it. We've ran with that a little bit. I think there probably was some people who were genuinely pissed, right? Because we know gacha gamers, right? But damn, have we misunderstood our Korean brothers? Are they out here fighting the good fight, and we just thought they were incels? Are they out here on the vanguard for our stories chat, and we just thought they were weirdos?
Chaos Zero Nightmare community is getting wiped out. Ooh, that does not sound very good, guys. All right, let's take a look. Just a small fraction of all the refunds happening. Yo.
Yeah, people run too much because of language barrier. Yeah. And I think, there's I don't know if stereotypes necessarily the right word, or assumptions of different groups, right? There's the jokes about EN, really not giving a shit and eating up slop, and even if they are angry about something, they'll make a drama about it, but still spend, and CN potentially being a bit wild sometimes, but they vote with a wallet, and a lot of the times in global, people will make assumptions about JP, actively accepting everything that's thrown at them, and it's not always the case, is it? So damn, this is actually kind of crazy. Again, I think doesn't Epic 7 make like 50% of its money from the US? But that still doesn't take away from the fact, right, that if this happened and has been happening, is not good, and we definitely don't want to lose the Korean fan base and their input into the game, because it's going to be very important to the game's success as somebody who wants to see it succeed.
Oh, it's almost like they bought to refund. I wonder if that was the case. Wow. So this is all the refunds. There are a lot of wands here. 119,000.
Korean gender war is very real. I guess it was an easy explanation. Yeah.
Wands.
It's like there's probably some truth into some of it, but maybe, like we say, it's been blown out of proportion, and we've kind of just ran with this. Yeah, it's just a bunch of incels mad about getting cooked out. Still kind of funny though.
What is that? $83. Okay, that's crazy. That is EOS territory right there. Like, handling refunds is very expensive. It's not as simple as like giving money back. I don't know exactly how complicated it is, but if it's anything like PayPal,
well, they'll have to deal with all the depending on what system services they're using, they'll have to deal with all the charges, won't they? So they'll actively not just be giving the money back, it'll be costing them to do so as well. Having to refund for a company, companies don't really want to do it. That's why a lot of times companies will try their best to work with. They'll when something gets delivered to you, companies would rather just send you out another item a lot of the time rather than actually going down the refund route, because it can be incredibly expensive for companies, especially when it's lots of individual small numbers. That can even be worse than just like big ones.
All refunds. Whoever is like the receiver of this money is gonna have to pay through the nose. Okay, hold up. I need to sit up straight for this.
Reborn as Cthulhu,
or GGD, is the author of a once popular serial web novel, Reborn as Cthulhu. It does look like it could be very Chaos Zero Nightmare.
Shit, that first piece of artwork, definitely. Holy shit. Was he? Right? That's like, well, I'd say CZN's become Lord of the Cthulhu coded? Reborn Cthulhu coded, right? Because that's like, that vibe's definitely there.
Nightmare, because it is like, Chaos Zero Nightmare has that kind of Lovecraftian horror element going. So that makes, that kind of lines up, right? That looks kind of sick. His weekly publication stopped around December 2022. The hiatus continues for 1.5 years.
All I'll say, get this bro back in, man. Get this bro back in. Apologize, do whatever it takes.
Serial web novel writers who frequently post weekly, if not multiple times a week. He then hastily finishes up the novel within 2 months, ending it in November 2024. Yikes. Why is this important? What does this have to do with CZN? Post by GGD. Translation. There's been multiple things going on. First of all, I finally got permission to continue serialization of Reborn as Cthulhu, but I do not have much time to write due to work. You may be wondering what kind of work keeps me so busy, and perhaps I may be able to reveal it to you. Not now, but perhaps later this year. There also has been a few unfortunate events. Well, it's better I don't talk about this. This is a sensitive matter to speak out in public, so for now, I will just mention it briefly and delete this post. I don't know what type of, like, publication this is, but it looks like a personal, like, maybe like a YouTube post, and I guess he deletes it soon after. And it does remind me of you, Narukami. Yep. This post is from Blind, which is an anonymous SNS in Korea. Okay, so like, I guess 4chan, but with your phone. But in order to sign up, you must be a confirmed employee of a specific company. Oh, never mind. This post is confirmed to be written by an employee from Smilegate, CZN's developer. Oh, wow. Translation. Why CCN's scenario became so crappy. CCN, previous narrative lead, NL, who now left the company, used to be the previous narrative lead for Epic 7, another game by Smilegate. The NL was initially hired due to having connections with the CEO, but always had conflicts with other employees. For a few years, the CEO somehow held the team together, but NL eventually messed up big, and CEO directed the narrative lead to just write solo. Since the lead no longer directly worked with Epic, Epic's scenario team had no leader, so the producer took charge of the scenario instead. But this caused the Epic scenario team to have conflicts versus the producer. Eventually, everyone from the Epic scenario team, except one person, asked to be moved to the CZN team. Everyone...
So I was saying earlier, you know, we was talking about Endfield, about shit can change just by new people coming to the office or interpersonal problems and office politics, you know? That's why sometimes products just and services just get worse, because humans are humans and shit happens, right? And the people who were working on something at once ain't working on it anymore.
From the Epic scenario team, except one,
talking about
asked to move to Chaos Zero Nightmare. Wow. Meanwhile, the lead has another conflict with someone from Epic and decides to just stop writing for Epic. So the CEO persuades the lead and other writers to just finish the current scenario and promises that he will transfer them to Chaos Zero Nightmare if they do so. The CEO then takes down the story
damn, brother,
written by the previous main scenario writer of Chaos Zero Nightmare.
This person seems like they were obviously a problem, right? Why would you put it on them then?
Presumed to be GGD, who used to be a professional web novel writer in the genre and puts the writers from Epic to renew the story. Oh, wow. Okay. Of course, GGD resists, and a fight breaks out between GGD and the new narrative lead.
It seems like this narrative lead, you know, they say that in life, don't they? You know, when you keep having issues with people, at some point you got to look and be like, am I the problem? Keep getting into spats, arguments. You know, no, one might be, well, okay, maybe it was them. Maybe it was both of us. But when it starts happening everywhere, I think you start to look at yourself in the mirror and be like, oh, I think I'm the bad guy here.
Since CEO had connections with narrative lead and already made a promise, they take the side of the narrative lead. The CEO was going to make
Whoa.
GGD
Like, yeah, that is nepotism. Like, because it's like, you know they're a problem yourself because you moved them on. You know they've been causing issues. They then go on to another project, start causing issues where I'm guessing wasn't issues, and you go, yeah, let's stick by this person who's causing us problems. Actually wild. Again, you say this, when it comes to like workplaces sometimes, it's not always about what you know, it's about who you know, right? Some people fail upwards, sometimes because people don't want to get rid of people for whatever reason. And then they're like, we'll put them in a middle management position where they can't fuck shit up. But what they do is they cause problems for everybody else.
work on character design, but GGD leaves Smilegate to a different anime-style game company as a scenario writer, later presumed to be Blue Archive by Nexon. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, if the writer transferred to Blue Archive and that story is written by him, I don't know if we missed out by that much. I ain't gonna lie. But the writers who came from Epic renew the scenario, but internal reviews are all negative. Okay, wow. The CEO pushes the writers to improve the scenarios, but they give up and resign. The CEO then becomes anxious and just hires random scenario writers, and CZN's scenario becomes crap.
Okay, so we got, again, this narrative lead's a bit of an issue. But man, this is a CEO just fucking up, right? This is somebody not doing their job at management. If this is all true, right? If this is all true, pretty piss poor.
Lol. Okay, resign. I don't think so. He didn't give up his
Look at his latest lack of content to remember Dong's disappeared. I think I agree with that now, actually.
position, but I guess he gave up on pushing the writers to improve the scenarios. TLDR: the CEO dumped GGD and the scenario he was working on to make space for other writers who have been working for him longer. Right. Interesting.
And I totally get looking after people who've been, because usually when it comes to jobs, last one in's usually the first one out, right? But you've got to start to notice pattern recognition, especially if you've had the issues yourself directly with individuals. If this is all true, right?
That is a very sad and crappy situation, especially for Epic.
Yeah, sorry,
Why
look, Lord.
exactly did they no longer want to work on Epic? Maybe just not enough money in it. Especially it sucks for GGD. I mean, he got shafted. Have you even read Blue Archive story? Blue Archive? I don't know. Blue Archive might be fine. Story-wise, I'm not like the biggest fan of the character designs, obviously. The writers were the one that resigned. Oh, but they...
I feel like everybody has to say that now. Hey, I ain't got an issue with Blue Archive, but I ain't feeling the characters. Is the FBI watching?
give up and resign. I see. The writers resigned. I see. Okay. And now he's just scrambling and just throwing a bunch of random scenario writers. I see. So he went to go write for Blue Archive? Yeah. Later presumed to be Blue Archive.
I've only played bits of Blue Archive. I haven't really interacted with the story,
I'm pretty
but
sure, right? Or
I've
at
heard
least
good
published.
things.
More evidence that GGD was bullied in Smilegate. I got a story about
It's
CCN's
peak, is he? Is
scenario
he good?
writer.
Oh, is it good, is he?
Pretty good
Okay.
web novel writer in the Cthulhu genre was hired as a scenario writer for CZN, but another writer there, a scenario writer there, became jealous of him and bullied him with office politics. So that scenario writer who wrote good Cthulhu stories quit the project and ran away. And that bully scenario writer, the bully, could not wrap up the scenario and also ran away. So the new writers who came in just tried their best to wrap up the scenario, but the quality is crap, and the word going around is that they're just gonna give up on the scenario. Comment: lol, I know that Cthulhu writer. You talk about that writer who wrote shitty scenarios and was always behind schedule for 1 year, so the CEO dumped him, right? Presumed to be one of the bullies commenting online. This is crazy. It
seems super unprofessional, right? Like, it just seems like there's a lot of fucking what a chaos, right? Apt name. Yeah, it seems like a lot of mismanagement going on, and yeah, the people who should have been managing their workforce seem like they've probably failed at that, right? Because just the way, if true, the staff have been acting as a whole. This is a real shame. And, you know, this is a worry, right? Because how could this... Oh, man. This is the best gacha game of 2025 that's released, in my opinion. This game is fucking amazing. So they've got to get on top of this. It's starting to make sense now. And you start to think that, like, there's got to be some truth to it, right? Because why would they make that big apology, right? It's one thing if they were like, yeah, you know, we're a little bit disappointed with the story direction as well. We're gonna work on things going forward. But their quite drastic move here shows that there's something to this. What that something is, who knows? We don't know who's telling the truth exactly, do we? But there's definitely something to this.
So crazy. I love it. The drama is insane. It's so petty. It's so, like, silly. Now I'm kind of feeling justified in, like, skipping the story.
The real chaos was the employees who met along the way.
For CZN. I was like, after a certain point, I was like, I need to catch up on the gameplay. So I started skipping the story. I did like it in the beginning. Maybe some of it was able to be salvaged for the beginning part. Especially the prologue. It was really good. But, yeah, eventually, yeah. It's literally KR drama. It's insane. Okay, so the writer is being bullied out. We even got, like, possibly an auntie or some the internal bully themselves commenting on these situations. More evidence that CCN's main writer was in fact GGD. We got Blue. I think doesn't this look like Blue Archive a little bit? 2020 to 2025 drawing comparison 5 years ago and now. What a coincidence that I drew for the same writer now and 5 years ago. Illustration for Reborn as Cthulhu and illustration for Ichika, character from Blue Archive. They don't look that similar. I guess it's the same illustrator for both. Interesting. Combining all the evidence.
I can't see
GGD, author of Reborn as Cthulhu, had to stop writing his serial web novel due to new work and not having permission to have a side hustle. Smilegate CEO hired a certain web novel writer with experience in the Cthulhu genre as CZN's main scenario writer, but due to workplace bullying, this person had his work dumped and taken over by other writers.
I will say as well, because this stream has turned into a bit of a react fest, we will lock in tomorrow, chat, okay? We will lock in this week. Blame Suba, again, I blame Suba.
Who had connections with the CEO. This person then moved to a different anime-style game company. This person posted a tweet, confirmed that GGD is working as a writer for Blue Archive. Oh, okay. Therefore, GGD equals previous CZN main scenario writer. Because of the movement between the companies, it's pretty much practically confirmed. GGD ruined his career as a web novel writer while working as a writer for CZN, but then had his story dumped and was bullied out of the company. It's kind of sad to say he ruined his own career. I mean, honestly, he was kind of like shafted, right? He was approached with a nice, well-paying job, I would imagine. Probably promised steady work pay, right? But then just got all this shit kind of put on him and he had to run away. Is it definitive proof? No, not until we hear anything from GGD. But GGD is silent on this matter right now, not refuting anything. And if this is all a coincidence, it is one damn hell of a coincidence. Yeah.
So we are still working on a lot of assumptions here. It's clear, though, assumptions or not, something's happened, right? There's been a narrative change. You can see in the game, and the developers have been very quick to come out to try and quell the fires, which I don't think just some incels mad about getting cooked out over Owen stealing the girls would cause. Now, I'm not saying the developers wouldn't react to that and maybe, like, you know, we'll make some tweaks, but yeah, man, there's there's the old saying, there's no smoke without fire. Something's happened, right? Whether it's this, who knows? Something's definitely gone on.
No, I'm probably sure he has like NDAs he can't breach or anything like that. This makes a lot of sense for sure. Official PV from CCN published on April, right? 21st, 2024. You can
Is this the PV that me and you were talking about, Easy?
still watch this on YouTube. Translation of some parts. 15th rescue operation failed. No matter how many times we repeat, the singularity does not disappear. Then there must be no meaning to any of this until the 16th rescue operation, 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Some, like, I guess, time singularity, right? Some time travel. That would be kind of cool, for sure. Seems like, I don't know, maybe a hopeless adventure. But I feel like there's not a lot to go off of with just this. Let's see. Selectable first. They are named first because they're the ones
Was this the OG Protoss design?
that lead the crew to move on from 0, despair, to 1, hope. Which they do so by going through infinite loops of nightmare that only the first...
What this actually means that I can skip the story. Yeah, I was thinking that. If we are getting a rewrite, but at the same time, I kind of want to go through it now just so I can compare it when it changes. Do you know what I mean? But like, yeah, I suppose it is that thing, you know, if you're like, well, none of it matters now, so I guess I can just blast through the content and catch up. Because I'm still a little bit behind on the story as well.
Remember, hence the name Chaos Zero Nightmare. Oh, interesting. It kind of reminds me of this one card game I used to play. One anime card game. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Not Tribe 9. Chrono Arc. This one's kind of like Slay the Spire. You do have like a deck and cards that you draw. These are the cards, right? That represent their attacks. And this is kind of similar in the story in that, like, I don't know if it's the player that retains the memories, but they are kind of like looping. Very interesting. So Chaos Zero Nightmare is about looping this nightmare. The skills for first: return the last card used to its unused state, repeat this battle, enter a different area that is not connected to your location, re-roll the dice. I think this is actually pretty similar to what the game has. So why are these skills available?
All I'd say though, I'd obviously there needs to be some tweaks, especially to localization. I hope this doesn't bleed into gameplay though. Just stick to the narrative change for me, because in my opinion, gameplay fucking banging. Apart from tweaks here and there, I don't want them going in and start dissecting the gameplay and potentially making it a worse game. I hope they don't do that.
Well, but there's no lore explanation for them. There's not even a tutorial. Some of you might not even know about these skills. True. There is no tutorial for these skills. That is true. Well, it would make perfect sense if the first had the ability to loop back into time. But they did not even bother to make a tutorial introducing these abilities.
I guess that kind of makes sense, though, actually.
Because they do not want to acknowledge the erase scenario. Search Chaos Zero Nightmare sneak peek on YouTube. It has all the unused assets that point to a very different scenario. Interesting. Oh. Had GGD remained the scenario writer for CZN, we would have gotten a cosmic horror time loop RPG, where the first goes through time loops, witnessing all of his crew die and probably, you know, the mind break shit, right? Horribly again and again, but loops back no matter how many times it takes to save them all and achieve a good end. The crew.
So there's part of me like, I'm like, I don't know if I necessarily want that, right? Because it can still be dark, right? But I don't know if I like the idea of just going back to fix things. Like, I want situations where it's fucked. Interesting.
We're all oblivious to this fact, except maybe Renoa, who would be the only one to understand the first suffering.
I suppose in a sense, the form we've got of that now is, you know, the trauma code stuff. Like, I suppose that's kind of, is that like, do you reckon that's like a thing that's hanging on from that? That we don't necessarily go back and fix stuff, but we can go back to things that happen to people and experience it in a different way, because we're kind of, you know, interfering with the memory almost, and it almost creates branching memories for the character.
Instead, we have what we have, which is fairly generic, kind of like a space travel sort of RPG, right? Going from planet to planet. There's like some politics with the Holy Crusaders, right? But definitely this one seems a little more on theme. This one seems pretty cool and very closely tied to the art style and everything about it, I think. TLDR, it's ReZero in a different setting, pretty much. Honestly, I'm loving the story, and who knows if they'll add.
I think I kind of like the new premise maybe a bit more, but just the writing shouldn't have gone in the direction that it started to go in. Because, yeah, I think I like the new premise potentially a little bit better, if I'm honest, rather than going down this time loop thing. Which I haven't got an issue with it, but I don't know if I want it for this game personally. I do kind of like the trauma code stuff, like, and being able to hop into the machine and have it in a pseudo sense in that regard. Because I do like the whole thing with like the Holy Crusaders and all that sort of stuff. I just think this, and I'm okay with light-hearted bits being there. You need it. You need some hope in the darkness. But yeah, stick to being a little bit more, you know, dark, right? I mean, it doesn't mean you can't have the trauma center. I mean, you still have the skills gameplay was. Well, yeah. You know what I mean? Interested to see what happens with this rewrite then.
Some of this in the future story too. Yeah, I don't think the story is too bad. Like, Like, I skimmed it, and I'll probably go back to read it. I don't think it's that bad. There's like...
Agree. I don't think it is. I think it just starts to veer in the wrong direction, right? You know? Like I say, that first, especially the prologue's fire. I do admit it starts to maybe curve towards not necessarily the best direction. But, I don't know if a whole premise rewrite is necessary or a whole, like, ripping out of everything. Just, I'll be happy to keep, personally, what we've got, but just, you know, a lot darker and, leaning into that side of things. Really bringing out the cosmic horror.
Some politics with the Holy Crusaders. There's like some sacrifice going on with Judas, right? There's some plot with Lewis. It's not like this type of nightmare loop, which is like pretty cool for sure. And I think it definitely fits more cool with the art style, with the theme of CCN. But I don't think it's like totally shot that we have like a horrible scenario. Moving forward, what CCN would have been had GGD remained the scenario writer. Okay, so we have this article. The game hinted at being a time loop genre where you go back in time to change the ending. This is from a gaming news article introducing CZN. Official Smilegate's introduction in April of 2024. No matter how many times you repeat, the singularity never disappears. From zero.
Okay, so it's pretty clear then that this was definitely the initial choice, I guess.
To one, regardless of how many times we repeat the nightmare. Cosmic Loop RPG, where Hope and Despair intertwine. Chaos Zero Nightmare coming soon in 2024. No matter your opinion on whether this story currently is good, whether that's like or this story is good, right, or better, what is very clear is that I'm pretty sure we don't get any of this. We don't get repeated nightmares. We don't talk about this 0 to 1. We don't try and go back in time to save people. There's none of that, right? It does seem like...
I think that's where they've implemented it now, yeah. With the system that you hop into. As maybe as a... And it makes me worried though, then. Is that not... Because I really like that. I was saying that before. You know, we like, when we get events, having trauma code stories separate in events, so we get really cool expansions on characters without the main story necessarily diverting for the banner.
Like the writer, the teaser text, right, that we have for the story have all seemed to be abandoned or just never touched on at all, right? And this is like pretty deep into the story. Usually you want to have like a very good idea of how the story is within the pilot episode, right? Within like the prologue or at least the first chapter. There's none of that.
Trauma codes are going to be untouched. What do you mean? Like, we'll get no more, or like we'll keep getting good trauma codes?
And it does seem like this
might be the longest react slop ever. Rookie numbers.
Some truth to this, in that the original scenario writer has been completely shafted. It does kind of make you wonder though, because these texts, the promotional text, is from April 2024. Maybe
is that part of the rewrite? So that's going to be scrapped, is it?
They just don't care, right? Because it seems like the move was made somewhere in 2022, wasn't it? Or unless it was just picked up recently for Blue Archive. I don't know. Any Blue Archive players? How has the story been recently? Are we getting into like some cosmic horror, sort of Cthulhu Lovecraftian shit? Let me know in the comments, because that would be interesting.
Oh, they're not getting rewritten, you mean? Okay, yeah. We're still going to get additions. Well, we don't know, do we really? That's what I think. That's what I mean, really. It's not so much them being rewritten. Oh man, as long as it comes out all right, okay? Because we've got a good game here, man. We've got a good game. It's just chapter 1 to 5, and then obviously, I'm assuming the direction's going to be shifted from there onwards.
Very interesting to know, because I haven't played that game. I haven't played the story. I'm definitely not catching up on the story. Probably those death scenes you get if you play on Nightmare mode probably would have been in the story. Yeah, maybe. We probably would have had a better story. Well, it definitely would have been a lot edgier. Personally, I'm okay with the story as is, but at the same time, I have skipped it.
I definitely wanted darker.
A lot of chapter 3 and 4. So, you know, it could have been better, perhaps. I like the gameplay a lot, but this is a very amusing story. it sucks for GGD. Okay, it does suck for GGD. Absolutely.
Sucks for the game.
The evidence seems to be there too. It's very fun, and hopefully.
Okay, so he's just going out through his guys. Go check out Red New. Damn. Kind of wild situation. You guys say the chaos is the employees we met on the way. Crazy situation, and I hope they manage to land it right. I really do, because this is a game that I've said multiple times I think is 2025's best gacha release. Gameplay wise, amazing. The setting, the premise, I really like it. Again, I do think the story, you can definitely feel it deviated from what its initial roots were. I love Renoa's trauma code. You know, overall, this game is fucking brilliant. So whatever they choose to do, because they're obviously going to be doing something, I just hope they manage to pull it off. You know, I just hope they manage to pull it off, and we come out with a good story, no gameplay changes, which I don't think they're going to do. And yeah, I'll take them free pulls though. But yeah, guys, go check out Red New, the biggest disaster in gacha history. Not quite, but pretty freaking wild one. Man. Have to let me know what you guys think. Crazy, guys. We'll have to leave that one. Let's play. What's that? I'm not reacting to one that was posted back to back 3 times. Which one? Back to back 3 times. Which one you right? Oh, the unique issues, not a Doom post. I'll get to it in the next one. We'll clear off some debt. Let's play the game. I think we talked about the blueprints enough today. We can always have a look tomorrow. I do want to do some lock-in streams this week though, man, because we need to start bashing through content, because obviously if we're getting to the beta, for however long the beta is running, we're going to be playing that a lot. So yeah, let's go. 10 minutes of gameplay. We'll get a good hour in. Get a good hour or so in. Yeah, a little bit of Arknights. Chapter 10, baby. Chapter 10. Yeah, we got to have some lock-in streams, chat. Got to get some again, I'm just going to blame Super. You know, I wasn't planning to watch it, but he was like, watch the video, man. Watch the video. So I'm like, all right, go on then. And that, I did get sucked into that video. All right, let's go. I'm removing responsibility from me, chat. Blame Super. Okay, is it? Oh, it's doing that bullshit again. It's like, I bet the game's muted, but it's not muted. Did this the other week. More like chapter 1. Shoot, I can't even defend myself. Chat. Everything is true. Did this the other week, didn't you? Yeah, I nearly cleared the next stage, actually. I was, like, super close. I just, some adjustments in my positioning, man, and we're done. We got that stage done. Bro, what the fuck? There we go. It was muted. It's just it was saying the volume was on. Notice that. It's happened a couple of times, that has. Just the ickle bug. Alright, let's get straight into it. Chat. No fucking around. Okay, yeah. 10-14. What's the stage looking like? Okay. Right, we definitely want Cal sit here. It's a squad scene. I think I've got my squad set up for a Vector. don't have to bring the door in. Let's get you in as well. Actually, you can be quite good for this stuff. Let's get click out. Actually, might run click, to be fair. I'd throw Myrtle in, actually. Get a little bit of Myrtle action. Bit of a cheeky, cheesy DP printing. Yeah, swap out Lappy for Myrtle. Do it, please.
Understood.
Alright, let's go.
Focus on support.
Let's do it. We're down 13 civilians and 9 soldiers. Rhodes Island. They're proving to be quite troublesome. General, we've finished the head count on the remaining Dublin soldiers. Give them one chance. Those willing to join us will enter the mercenary squad. As for those who aren't, you already know what to do with them. Yes, sir. Not your best showing, General Manfred. I didn't expect for Confessarius messengers to still be here. Both the leader and the regent are concerned about the battle situation unfolding in this inconspicuous corner. I trust the Sanguine Arch is no exception. Oh, I think I might, oh yeah. No, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Let's speed it up a little bit. I don't want to go too fast, actually. Where did we get to, chat? We got to back out in the street, didn't we, I think? Yeah, we did this. Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah, thank you, Ends. Took a second to click, then I was like, wait a minute. Is Holdor about to come in here? Odera. Hold the door. He was a bit further than this, wasn't he? LD Play made a dedicated Arknights emulator, switched off and it runs really well. Yeah, to be fair, man, Google Play for me is sweet now. You know? Google, so you don't have to worry about anything. Not that I don't trust LD Player at all. Got no issues with it at all. Yeah, I think it's in a good state at the moment. You know what I mean? What do you lot play on? I know we've got like some Moo Moo users and stuff, whatever it's called. How many people use BlueStacks? Nah, I ain't gonna get Rosie, yeah. It's only half free. Alright, yeah, Doug Lord. I'm telling you, man, that's gonna get announced with Endfield. Telling you. Okay, I think... Did we get to here? Miss Heidi? I'm here. I'm currently tending to the wounded. You practice medicine? Only some basic nursing techniques. I think I did right. This job inevitably brings me into emergency situations. To give me or my friends a better shot at survival, I had to at least learn how to use a first aid kit. You're really amazing. What we're doing is protecting our home. Cal Sit and you, Amir. You all carry so much more responsibility on your shoulders. We've lost a lot of people on this operation. I feel the pain of the Self-Salvation Corps soldiers. They've never had to deal with such horrific enemies before. Yeah, I remember this. We round about here though, wasn't it, when we got cut out? Sanguine Arch, did he come here because of us? Amir, what you need to hear isn't me saying no. It's not your fault. Yes? Blavicia said she was afraid Rhodes Island would get the Self-Salvation Corps involved in a war they weren't a part of. If working with us puts them at a greater risk. During last night's operation, what would have happened if Rhodes Island had not been there? Without W colluding, had she not stopped the mercenary leader, and without Rhodes Island operators keeping Manfred at bay, we wouldn't have been having this conversation right now. Oh yeah, Misery came in, was just like aura farming, right? The calculus of exchanging one set of lies for another simply does not exist for Rhodes Island. But even if Cal Sit were here, I'm sure she would say, every opportunity comes with its risks. I understand. That's why we have to be better prepared. Miss Heidi, I need more information from within the city. Not counting the Sanguinarch. How many kings do the Sarkas have inside Londinium? Yeah, this is where we got to. I remember now. Excuse me? I'd like a bag of bread. I don't need your money, lass. Take all of these with you. Huh? Hurry along and don't come out here again. What do you mean? I know who you are. Actually, we can all tell. Even if you took off your equipment and changed your clothes, both your actions and the look in your eyes won't fool anyone. Thank you. I might as well pack up too. Don't think there's business to be had today. Yeah, I remember this. This is where we got to. Right where we got to, yeah. We're doing another sweep of this street. Take away anyone whose name is on the list. But what's going on? I'm just a restaurateur. Didn't you come by to have fried fin meat before? You're the one we're after. Your cover runs pretty deep, selling fried meat to us by day, peddling information to the rebels by night. Take them away and check those buildings next door. They're all rebels. Why are the Sarkas suddenly going around grabbing people? Hurry, take a turn at the alley just ahead and find the others. Ugh. Another one down. You lot, search that alley over there. Don't let a single one of them escape this borough. I met two, have I? Report, we ran into Sarkas as soon as we came out. No, they weren't guarding the city exits. They suddenly appeared in the middle of the streets. Commander, do you think our comms have been compromised? Please be careful. The soldiers dispatched out of the city have all perished. I can't hide for much longer either. Damn, everyone dropping like flies. Bloody hell. Why can't I shake them off? Sarkas seem to have suddenly figured out all our passages and networks. In just a single night? What exactly happened last night? What did you like to know? Huh? The hell are you? My blade snapped clean in half. The way you're dressed? Are you a Rhodes Island operator? Thank you. You guys saved us again. Oh, okay. Put it back. Wait. Be sure to tell Amia and the doctor that the underground isn't safe anymore. The traps we ran into yesterday aren't the only ones we've discovered. Alright, let's go. Aim. Alright. We got a gun as well, yeah?
Here.
Oh. Invisible and gradually loses HP over time. Charge Londinium secondary defense artillery when attacking. Oh, fuck. No, I don't want that there, because...
I'm listening.
Skill over to get some DP, maybe?
I'm here to help. I
Shit,
know
I'm still in
what
that range.
nothing can mask the scent of despair. Monster, with me.
I'm fucked. Myrtle! Myrtle! No, Myrtle!
What's the situation? Perform your task.
Oh shit, I brought Silver Daddy in, I didn't mean to. I didn't... Oh, fuck.
Very well.
again today, little apple. Eh?
Fool, for what reason hast thou come?
Better watch your step.
I really could do with a... I need to sacrifice. I think I need to sacrifice potentially. Might need to sacrifice here. Shit. Maybe you has to be a sacrifice.
Art thou mine worthy enemy, or art thou not but a jester?
Fuck.
So long as you're here, have some hot soup before you go.
Don't worry, you got me. I have to get serious now.
Lads.
Quickly, still misbehaving? Then let's kick it up a notch.
Okay.
The fool flaunted his gallantry.
I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Oh shit. Nice. You broke somebody. I didn't expect it. Nice.
Concentrate.
Fool, for what reason hast
Okay.
thou come?
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
They will cough up some useful information.
Home oil into a hot
Support incoming.
Is it gonna be a problem yet? Fuck. Oh shit, these guys slap?
No one can see me.
Alright. Okay. Rolled over. We got rolled over, chat. I think that's where we hold it down with a monster. And if we potentially bring them back a little bit, because this tile was free with them here. Try and give them a bit of backup off here. Maybe bring in Totter, maybe? Take advantage of that invis reveal, maybe? Troy. We're gonna need to back him up though as well. We're gonna need to back him up, boys. To get a healer in as well straight away. We need to get heals up here right away. Because we're quite weak up there actually.
Good scenery here, Doctor. Don't keep me waiting. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Fuck, I didn't even switch. No, we did.
Very well.
We're counting on you again today, little apple. Concentrate.
The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity.
Arrived at designated position.
Art thou mine worthy enemy, or art thou
I'll
not
drop
a
him
jester?
back one. Nice one.
Don't better watch your step.
Art thou mine worthy enemy, or art thou not but a jester. Fool! For what reason has
It's not going to help us on that one, but maybe we can.
Perform the task. Monster! 座標についた。
Fuck.
Art thou mine worthy enemy? Or art thou
Still
not
taking a
but
battering, isn't he?
jester?
Shit, dude. It's going to be a bitch.
You know the plan. Move to intercept.
Yeah, definitely needs some
Come out. Stop hiding.
some more support, right?
So long as you're here.
Nothing can mask the scent of despair. すまない。力を入れすぎた。I'll heal you.
The fool flaunting his
Alright, this one isn't going too well. It's not going too well, chat. Chat. Chat.
Serious now.
Tension might be cooked, chat.
I got this. Focus elsewhere.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity.
Oh, fuck. Lads, it's all gone Pete Tong. All gone Pete Tong.
Support incoming. Follow me into the shadows.
Fool! For what reason hast thou come?
Nice, nice, nice.
Optimize monster.
Alright. Oh, fuck. I forgot about that.
The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity. Art thou mine worthy enemy? Or art thou not but a
Yeah, these guys are a problem, aren't they? In their second phase. Fuck my life, bro.
Fuck it. I see you.
Optimize your deployment.
Thy
Oh, bro.
pleas falleth
All
upon
PP so
deaf
cooked.
ears.
All PP so cooked.
最適。私の爪がち perform the task. I'll heal you.
Oh, fuck, he got through.
Retreat at once
Ooh.
while there's still time.
We choked. We choked. Okay. So we're actually putting in some work, actually. I think I need a bit of an early DP, man. I don't know, maybe we drop Myrtle and bring in somebody who's a useful DP in the sense that we can get a bit of action out of them. Maybe a MT, maybe? If maybe we go a little bit deeper with Inez right off the bat. That way she's not having to deal with that range. And then we can adjust Silence's order and maybe we're going to have a little bit less DP though. So... no, just try that. Let's try just making some tweaks. I think it's workable with what we got here. I think it is workable with what we got here.
Let's go.
So it's she's out of range there, yeah. I don't know what these guys' range are.
I'm here to help.
We're gonna be a bit slower on the DB, but
Ooh, almost dozed off. I have to get serious now.
Acknowledged.
Don't keep me waiting.
Thy
maybe we just go with a
pleas
totally
falleth upon
different
deaf ears.
what's it position altogether actually.
Arrived at designated position.
Fool, for what reason hast thou come?
Will we still be outside the range there? Need to even get rid of them, bro.
Thy pleas falleth upon deaf ears.
Are we having a... Because Inez is doing fuck all at the minute.
Optimize your deploy ahead.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
I see clouds rising.
The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity.
Concentrate.
Need that Inez skill. We're going to lose Totter. Yeah, we need some better cover for Totter, man.
Scent in the air is changing.
Need some better cover for Totter.
Monster, 座標についた.
The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his
Support incoming.
Yeah, we're cooked. Yeah, we cooked. Yeah, we definitely need to get that extra
Not
DP.
everyone is able to taste
Rose, you
victory,
catching the bus today?
but all
She
must
don't
bear
finish
the
till
burden of defeat.
5-ish, does she? Didn't even gone 4 yet. Only 10 to. What if we drop Inez here, maybe? And she could, maybe even Inez facing down. She can tag some of these guys as they come past. Yeah, let's put her at the bottom, actually. Let's put her at the bottom, and then by the time anything comes through there, maybe we're in a bit better of a position.
Are you to blame for this battle?
Should be safe there if we put Monster out a bit further.
I'm here to help.
Yeah, what up, Reldon?
I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair. Arrived at designated position.
Whew. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Concentrate. What's the situation? Oh, wait.
I see foul taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
She tagged them from there, can you?
Sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Gather around, guys.
This execution is not worth witnessing.
What's this? Perform your task.
Great luck. Come out. Stop hiding.
接敵即戦即決する
So long as you're here, have some hot soup before you go.
I know what's better than your step.
I have to get serious now.
No one can see me.
Fuck.
Very well.
No need to panic.
Thy pleas falleth upon deaf ears.
Right behind you.
Whew, almost dozed off.
The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity.
And these guys hit hard, don't they?
Don't? I will save your corpse. Go ahead.
Ooh, I'm getting fucked. I'm getting fucked here, lads. It's not even the gun. It's not even the cannon that's causing me issues here. Like, I'm legit getting pressed. Fuck. Yeah, I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Fool, for what reason hast thou come?
Alright, we need to switch this up. Then we need a little bit more... Yeah, I ain't got invis reveal now. Nah. So I'm relying on Totter for that. Monsters requiring some support though. Like, I need somebody in. To keep Monster. That fell apart when we lost Monster and then we lost you straight away. We've got to take the heat off Monster somehow. And then we can potentially put a bit more big guns up the top then. If we put Totter in a different position to deal with that drone early,
but all must
and then maybe just get somebody in as like a sacrificial support. Actually, what if we ran like... Nah, he wouldn't be too far away, wouldn't he? I was thinking of trying supporting him with Silver Ash, but...
A wolf pack I am.
If we've got our own field, we can maybe... I don't think we're going to have our own field quick enough. And I feel like skill 3 is going to skill 2 is going to really benefit us. But let's try that. And then maybe potentially RNG Jesus is good to us. And let's see. I like blaze might be kind of useful here, you know. Crown slide to keep monster alive. Dodge star blocked enemy can be attacked by S1. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of using S1 to try and back up monster. I was just thinking about Entelekia actually. I was just thinking about Entelekia. Can we Beyblade off monster? What's going on, Kumo? Maybe that could work. How will she deal with the ground mobs on? Just try it. Fuck it. Right.
Understood. I'll focus on support.
For the funsies. For the funsies, that's what happens. It's only going to be useful initially though. It's going to cause us problems afterwards because obviously we'll be Beyblading up. But we could then use that to our advantage of maybe helping back up the top lane here as well, actually.
I know what to do. Don't order me around. I know what you can't hide your fear.
Whew, almost dozed off. Whew, we're counting on you again today, little apple.
Monster.
Still aid our placements a little bit though. Hopefully they can clear it out though, yeah? See, it's this drone as well. It's causing us issues. So we really need to get Totter in early as well, don't we?
What's this monster? 君もそんな風にグツグツする？冷静、真の像から湧き上がる。
I see foul taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
I know what's better than your step.
Okay. Alright. That's working quite nicely, actually.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
It's actually working quite nicely.
This execution is not worth witnessing.
Just need him to survive the gun, man. See, we still need to take a bit of it off him now, don't we, man?
What's this? It performed your task. The shadows are trembling.
So now we need to waste you, don't we? Unless we just have another unit potentially as a fast redeploy to be a sacrificial lamb, maybe. You've got to go down now, man.
You'll get what you deserve. I mean,
Come out. Stop hiding.
Concentrate. 君、ああ、自分の血でむせるなんてやめてよね。You can't hide your fear.
Oh, just needed a second. Needed a second for the skill.
Again today, little apple.
No one can see me.
Okay, not the end of the world. Need to get rid of you quick.
They only were right behind you.
Don't want to do that too quick, actually. Shouldn't have done that.
I know what.
Shouldn't have done that.
Don't order me around.
Okay, real good. Your useless tricks will only make your death more miserable.
Say we didn't want to kill them too much because it causes some problemos.
Great luck. Got a tailwind today. Foggy today.
He's not really in a great position, man.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Okay, I think we're good. We're good.
No one know right behind you.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Just need to kill bro.
No one will find it.
no need to cover up. If secrets go public.
Oh wait.
Just need to kill bro, don't we? Just gotta survive that. We're gonna do it in time.
Mission accomplished.
So close. Few more seconds, and we would have got AOE'd to fuck. He would have took him out as well, though, but we would have got blasted. Okay, the Entelechia play was kind of a good one. Great minds think alike. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking Beyblade off monster. If it works, it'd be quite nice. Actually, that was massively clutch. To be fair, that was what was happening, wasn't it? We couldn't keep fucking monster alive, and then we was having to just waste Q, which was obviously costing us extra DP, and then was stopping us backing up the top. And PP was really struggling against those dudes. Have you finished cleaning up the streets? Yes, General. Everyone on the list has already been dealt with. Some tried to flee to other boroughs or leave the city, just as you said, and we stopped them as well. Only a few slipped through our net. The soldiers sent to chase after them seemingly ran into the same sarcasm from Rhodes Island as yesterday. Hiccups? Let them squirm their way underground. I do really like the mechanic in this stage, so I'm a fan. That'll make it easier for us to flush them out all at once. All out at once. Multiple of our contact points above the ground were attacked all at once. What of our messengers? They got taken as well? Doctor, I want to hear your view on this. Rhodes Island wasn't told where these points were. The only ones with access to that information are our own troops. We were told on the way back yesterday. It seems the seeds of crisis were sown last night. But I don't want to doubt our own soldiers. There's no way they betray their brothers and sisters. Commander is responsible for the team. We can't overlook any hypothetical. How many soldiers were rescued? 12 people came back with Heidi. Among them, 9 only ever provided us information on occasion. The other 3 helped us transport supplies, so it's possible they know the locations of some contact points. How many more are in Sarka's hands? A lot more. Doctor, you know better than anyone how difficult last night's operation was. As much as I'd like to rescue everyone, I'm forced to admit that we're not yet strong enough. Heidi's done good work. Being able to save all those people already went above and beyond my expectations. Sarkis couldn't know who would be rescued unless everyone defected. You don't place a pawn that won't be used. That's right. The Sarkis commander isn't a fool. He would have found a way to make sure his plan succeeded. So, if there really were traitors amongst the soldiers we saved, in all likelihood, they would have been the easiest for us to rescue. The most obvious suspects are clear. Still, I don't want to fling these accusations around about soldiers willing to bleed and die for their homeland. We need proof. She's super fun. I think like using her with like, you know, like I like using her off you as well. Of like being able to drag a bunch of enemies in and hit them with the Beyblades. It's just satisfying. You want Mudrock to appear in Endfield? If you had to have a unit that comes to Endfield and you only get one, what's your go-to unit, guys? Like, I think I'd have to go Lappy Altar. I think I would. Ascalon would be fire though. I think I'd have to go Lappy Altar, man. Favourite unemployed wife. How do you suppose we get that, Doctor? Please call face some Rock. Let's go visit the wounded together. Milnar. Did you know Intellect S2 work on the blue box at Paramax Ultra Freeze? What you mean? What? It actually Beyblades off the box? Why aren't you moving? The commander just sent news that Bill's about to wake up. Amir is a true lord of fiends. Not even though as an op, I don't want to decide as an op. But as a true lord of fiends. Really? Oh shit, that's fucking sick. Okay, that's... See, even though that will be useful, like, but I don't think that's like one of the most, oh my god, that skill just is going to be absolutely crap. But there's some real potential fun playoffs off that, especially if you can do that as well. There'll be some kind of interesting things you can do with her, to be fair. Rock. I want to tell her that I'm stepping down as captain of the operation team. Take a look at these. Packages. What's inside them? Johnny and Gabby's belongings. I picked out the stuff to send back to their families. What remains are their tools, weapons, and equipment. If you really can't get them out of your head, pick out something useful and polish it up a bit. That way, they'll at least still be with us on the battlefield. Sounds like the voice captain rejected my resignation. Let's go see Bill then. You're awake? Yeah? Something came up. So Miss Heidi had to leave. She was originally the one in charge of coordinating the treatment of the wounded here. Wait. You're from Mr. Feist's team, right? Team Bill, right? Mr. Bill, should I go call Feist and Rock over? Ah, no. That's alright. Miss Amia, I decided to get up and talk to you. Huh? Well, I've always been curious about you. Was Bill the one that was injured now? And we had to carry? Or was that a different one? That's actually kind of cool, that is, Duck Lord. Would be fucking sick. I just imagine, like, how cool Lappy's skill would look as well. It would look fucking sick, just like seeing the the wolves come in. But also, I think Ascalon's skill could look really cool, especially if it was like pulsing out. When you hit a skill, it's like boosh, boosh, slowing enemies down and dotting. It'd be fucking sick. Why do they trust you so much? You're just a cultist in her teens. Are you talking about our operators? We've been through so much together. You're correct that they trust me. That trust is mutual. As far as I can tell, not different from everyone in the Self-Salvation Corps either. You also trust Feist, Rock, and Clavicia, right? Huh. Mutual trust, huh? That might be a part of you. After all, you've been through your share of trials and tribulations. But your authority does not come from your bloodline, nor have you taken your position by force. You are far too young to have earned the amount of trust you enjoy. Mr. Bill? Deep down, you've thought about these things too, haven't you? You don't dare to show it. Your fears, your worries, your anxiety. Everything is suppressed by the responsibilities they forced on you. Are you worried about me? Did you overhear my conversation with Miss Heidi? Maybe. I heard everything. I appreciate the concern. My responsibilities were not forced onto me. Our operators place their faith in me, and I'm not going to let them down. Of course. Since the very beginning, they've always been devoted to you. But, Amia, when they look at you, how do they know that you're not making the right... They're not looking right past you, searching for another soul that has endured the twists and turns of fate? Everything you believe, do you truly believe it, or are you dreaming a dream given to you by somebody else? One that you can't wake up from no matter how much you struggle? Mr. Bill? No, that's not who you are. Who exactly are you? Allow me to return the question. Amia, who are you? Amia, do you like the stories I tell? You'll still be able to sleep well, won't you? I don't want you to have nightmares. You won't? Oh, what a sweet child you are. That's right. While we may look different in many ways, we are both children given life and nurtured by this great land. Some of the stories you've heard are legends that others find terrifying, but they are indeed the history of the Sarkas. Who the fuck is that? You shouldn't be here. I see the energy gathering inside your palm. Have you not figured out who I am? Why aren't you attacking? I cannot touch your emotions, Mr. Bill. But I also cannot feel any malice. Oh? You could have continued pretending to be asleep. He said all those things to me. Huh. Didn't I already tell you? We're very curious about you. If not for you, we'd have no desire to come here either. Erisys has no sway over us. No matter what you're after, this is far too cruel. Cruel? Do you mean this face we're borrowing? Who the fuck? Yes, which is why I need you to leave. Black lines surged from her palm once more, weaving a net around the man in the Self-Salvation Corps uniform. One strand condensed into a lightless blade pressed against his throat. That's kind of sick. What a remarkably gentle threat. Amia, a lot of people have told you this before, yes? You really are just like her. Not another word out of you, please. Unfortunately, you're still too immature. Always be aware of your surroundings before you make a move. Miss Amia? You're trying to kill Bill? No, Doctor, I take it that you didn't ask me to bring everyone here just to see this scene? I wanted to see you make the first move. You're already looking at the traitor. I assume you're not referring to Amia. Then Bill? Rock, help me. I'd rather die myself than betray you. Stay away from him. No. Nobody knows the full extent of his original arts. His words are all, rather his very existence is dangerous. Miss Amia, can I trust you? Last night, we fought side by side. I thought Rhodes Island truly had our backs, just as you said. But your expression scares me, as if I've seen it somewhere before. That's right, you're already mourning the pain and suffering you're about to cause. If so, then why? Why go through with it? Sarkas took my father from me, right before my eyes. Are you going to take my family away too? I'm sorry, Miss Rock, but it's too late. Your family member's already gone. But Bill's right in front of us. This must be difficult for you to accept. I don't understand. Look, Amir, it's not that we're not willing to believe you. We don't have your arts. We can't see what you see. Commander, I concede. Captain, he might actually be the same Bill we know. Those wounds on his body. He got all those from saving me yesterday. You said it yourself, Rock. The sarcasm masters of disguise. We can't let ourselves be fooled. But how? Look, I brought along the metal crab. I was going to give to Bill. See for yourself. How did this thing crawl onto me? He didn't even spare it a glance. The only thing in his eyes is Miss Amian. He's so proud of having deceived us that he's long forgotten about the bond between us. Or did he hear everything then through that? All because of this insignificant little machine? Don't you think you're being a bit too hasty, Feist? Aren't we sworn blood brothers? I've made a lot of hasty decisions these last few days. Bill, my good man, if he was still around, he'd be ruthlessly making fun of me. I miss him. I miss him so much. Whoever you are, don't make me pry that mask off your face with my wrench. Rock, are you going to break my heart, just like him? I'll never turn my back on my family. But you're acting less and less like him. He would never talk like that. He would never try to manipulate us. So you really don't think I'm the real Bill? Feist, are you really okay with that? I'll have you know, if so, then that means your friend died in vain. Anyone else may have the right to say that, but you as sure hell don't. You're pretty smart, but unfortunately for you, it's too late. Are they honing in on our position? When did they manage to do that then? Artillerymen, are you ready? Yes, General. The cannon is aimed at the target. Remember, we're leveling every single building except the train station and the tracks. Yes, sir. Increase the output to maximum. Maximum? That might blow right through the structural levels. Did you hear what the Confessor's messenger said? In their eyes, this whole tract of land, including the factories above, is worth nothing to us. Then what about our people underneath? Terra will guard the safe areas under the city walls. But what about... Who do you think is heading underground to deal with the rebels? Sanguinarch? As long as you get it, these toys can take him out and be extremely surprised. As for the other one, I've been curious for a while now. If it came to an all-out battle with the prince, who would come out on top? Oh really? So the entire time? Makes sense though, actually. Thank goodness you're all here. Why does it feel like I walked right into a fight about to break out? Anyway, Doctor, I sent up some drones like you requested. They're really about to resume. They're pointing those cannons right at us. Not if I hide in Harmo. We're evacuating immediately. Hold on. I'm getting a strong origin reading. They're aiming at our current location. We've only got 10 seconds. 9. Run now. Spare us the countdown. Why are you holding on to me? You said it yourself. We're sworn blood brothers. I don't want to pass judgment too hastily. Captain, I don't think I can carry the two of you. I'll admit that you people are very interesting. Goodbye, Captain. Goodbye, Rock. Bill wanted you to live on. Those were his last words.
Medical team, please take tissue samples from the infected. We need to see the
fucking
composition
bastard.
of the infection.
What a fucking bastard. Red stage. Oh, shit. We're gonna have drones coming over here and over here. Fuck. So, because I don't know how to approach this, not gonna lie. What's the situation? Areas D and E have been severely damaged, and the structures in other areas have sustained various degrees of damage as well. 19 people have light injuries, with nobody seriously injured as of yet. Fortunately, we followed the instructions given by you and the doctor, and managed to move most of them to safe area ahead of time. No, nowhere safe right now. Everywhere around you is dangerous. Your entire stronghold has been completely exposed to the Sarkas. They're not going to stop until they've blasted this place into smithereens to make sure we have nowhere to hide. How much time do we have? More Grand Brew stages. 30 minutes. Maybe even less than that. The nearby plates are pretty old, and if we take the power out of the artillery we've seen before and multiply that by the theoretical maximum output value, we won't even have 30 minutes before the structure above us collapses right onto our heads. Let Harmo know, and we'll start the train right away. Train? You all should have seen it before. A few kilometers above us is a train station. I thought all the stations were occupied by the Sarkas. And all we have to do is take that one back. Now that the Sarkas have cut off all our pathways to other boroughs, this is the last chance we have to evacuate Sudan. Heidi, once we leave Sudan, do you have a way to keep us out of sight? Yes, I've been preparing for this. Once we arrive at the next station, we'll have friends who will disguise us until we successfully enter central Londinium. Good. The biggest question mark will be the whether or not we can safely board the train. Clavisia, how far are we from the city walls? Very close. If we take the underground passages, I'd like to try climbing them from beneath. Amia, are you planning to... We'll buy time for the Self-Salvation Corps to retreat. Block all exits from the targeted plate and keep an eye on the train station. I don't want them crawling on into the next gutter. Gutter over. Set up the motion tracking ground targeting systems in case they still have some fight left in them and plan to escape through the service via a vehicle. We'll greet them with even more intense fire. Strengthen the defences of all points inside the city walls. Also, change the control passwords for the defence artillery so no one but me can deactivate it. Good. You're taking adequate precautions. General, you're here? In a matter of moments, these pesky insects have nowhere to hide. The Londinian rebels will never again dare to poke their heads out. More importantly, nobody will be able to go in and out of the dark passages we cannot see. The only thing the Dukes outside will hear will be our hand-picked messages. No one will interfere with our project's progress again. Manfred, I am not welcome to share this moment of triumph with you. Please do not mock me so, Your Highness. Oh, you've gotten better than before. You hardly spoke 5 sentences and you've already realised we are not the Rizzes. Your Highness, whether or not His Majesty is willing to turn a blind eye to you, should you draw the attention of the Confessari, they will surely petition His Majesty to restrict your movements. Very well. As you said, the military commission cannot allow 2 men to call the shots. I was just about to say, who the fuck is that? I don't even know who that is. In that case, I'll shift to an appearance I'm more comfortable with. How unusual that you're willing to meet me with using the same appearance you take at the royal court. We vowed not to use the faces of the dead, so as not to scare you and your men. You came back sooner than expected. Even though you helped us root out the rebels then, I may still have an escape route I haven't found. If you could uphold your end of the deal and follow them until the very last rebel has fallen into our hands. Do you really think that doctor can keep us hidden for so long? More importantly, Manfred, you must not forget that we do not belong to you. I was out of line. Please forgive me. Don't talk to us the same way you do to old Pink Eyes. We've told you before. We won't fall for that drivel. As you wish, Your Highness. Since you decided to come back ahead of time, did you find what you were looking for underground? A king of Sarkas is stronger than we thought, but he's far from mature. She knows little of what she's about to face. We want to learn more about her, but we'll have to wait until she meets Her Majesty. You better not let the Confessari hear those words. And why not? They'll think that the Matsi cluster of the royal court had a change of heart. And why would you think that matters to us? Manfred, we've already done what we promised you. You and the vampire can clean up the rest of this mess yourselves. Oh, right. Next time we speak, an identity for us that is still alive. Okay. What is going on? Their whole group seems super intriguing. Vina, Amia, and the doctor have already left. Good. The first wave of Self-Salvation Corps forces are rushing towards the station above us. Hurry, pick up the pace. Once they capture the station, injured troops and non-combatant civilians will be the first aboard the train. Mr. Balin, can I trouble you and the medics to tend to the injured with restricted mobility? Everyone, please pay attention to the signal lights on both sides of the passage. Don't get lost. Most of the command structure will go with the injured, and the civilians, except... Have all our people entered the retreat channel? The integrity of the superstructure is continuing to erode, Commander. We have to get out of here quick. As long as everyone's inside, I'll be right behind you. 12 sitrep. Commander, the underground areas won't hold for much longer. Are enemies really still coming down? Report. Vina, should we go with Balin's group? We're staying. Staying? You're going to stay here with Commander Clavicia? I have a feeling maybe she's getting it too. The strongest enemy might not be above us right now. Okay. Am I meant to fight then? Oh, she's changed? The cannons. Horn. The defensive cannons are activating again. This time, they're targeting the plate closest to the city walls. From what I can tell, they're not aiming at us. There's no guarantee that the surrounding areas are safe. Run! Hurry! Where's my daughter? Has anyone seen my daughter? Look out! Get inside the sturdiest building as quickly as you can. No, get away from the city walls now. Okay. So this is Londinium's defensive artillery. Based on the current situation, it won't be long until the cannon fire penetrates the plate and destroys the base structure. Those damn Sarkas. Is this the moment they've been waiting for? Are they trying to destroy the city? No. They've only activated a small number of cannons, and their targets are quite clear. They're trying to eradicate us and our friends. Horn, what should we do? Among the soldiers who came back with us yesterday, how many of them were originally a part of the city's defense forces garrisoned here? Call them over. Bring the best equipment we've got. Tell them it's time to take back these walls from the Sarkas. Yeah, she's repping the military gear now, yeah. No more hiding. We're almost there. Careful, don't trip and fall. Are you hanging in there? It's hard to say. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I've also made the big mistake of trusting people I shouldn't. After that, for an entire month, I took everything I had to force myself to keep going. As soon as I stopped, I'd feel like I couldn't look at Amir in the eye. The battle's not over yet. People don't have enough time to catch their breath. It'd be too much of a luxury for me to mourn or wallow in self-doubt. Mr. Feist, do you need help? I can calm you down. Oh, is that some sort of Origin Hearts? Something like that. So, do you also help your men with psychological treatment under normal circumstances? If the operator thinks it's necessary. Amir won't see how people become Cold War machines. Mr. Feist, did I come off the wrong way? No, that's not it. I was just thinking you have some truly amazing arts. Even in a big place like Londinium, I've hardly seen anything like them before. Miss Amir, I appreciate your kindness. Don't think I'm ready to drive that scene out of my head so quickly. Then we'll just have to get right back to work. Let's do it. The drones are showing that the defense structure's layer above us is very thick. Can it be blown up? Not likely. If Londinium's defences could get blown up so easily, well, let's just say we would have stormed the Shard yesterday. I believe in you, Closure. I appreciate that, Doctor. You sure know how to twist your employees' arms. I've finished scanning the lift, and as long as you guys open up enough of a gap for me to push the drone through, I should be able to hack into the lift and take control of it. Of course, you have to find a bigger gap to get yourselves up first. Doctor, don't you think you should send a signal and call Misery over? He has work to do. Fine. I guess we'll leave it to do it. We'll have to do it ourselves. Yeah, I think the enemies handled by Yosar, isn't it? Don't they have the They have an animation studio, don't they? Maybe the locals over here can give me some inspiration. If you can locate the support structure and apply an extremely strong external force, you might be able to open up a little seam. Someone's rapidly approaching our location. Did the Sarkas expect us to find a way to climb up the wall? Who cares about that? We'll have the drone pack with some original explosives. Feist, calculate the position. I'll think of some way to amplify the explosive effect. He's here. Terra? Oh. We meet again, leader of Rhodes Island. What's happened to W? Are you sure you should be worrying about her right now? I heard you folks were short on time. I'm willing to set aside whatever happened between you two, as well as what happened at Chernobog with Scout. But Mr. Mercenary, if you intend on standing in our way, I'll cut you down without mercy. Yeah. For any mercenary, dying at the hands of Her Majesty's heir would be a great honour. You better hurry up, Amia. The bomb I planted just started ticking down. 1 minute. That's all the time we've got. I'll stop, Terra. No, Miss Amia, let me handle this mercenary. That's a good idea, bruh. Mr. Feist. I've found the support column. Plus, I have a plan. Though I don't know how solid it is. If it works out, you and the doctor need to seize the opportunity to get up the wall. I know you, young warrior. I also know that look in your eyes. The weight of everything you've lost has finally begun to set in, and you've lost your ability to trust in the soundness of your own decisions. You would rather pace a Victorian arc if they do make more anime. Lost? Sorry, but even if I had the time, I'm not interested in a heart-to-heart with a butcher. Over here. Another smoke bomb. Even if I'm short a usable arm, little tricks won't work on me. Come on, Sarkas. Give me your worst. Let me taste your sword, your machete, whatever weapons you've got on you. Trying to draw me away. It's a very sensible strategy. Empty bravado with no self-awareness isn't going to buy you any miracles. Even if all your men were here, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Pretty ugly run there. Without help, you're going to bleed out soon enough. After all, you're just a craftsman. You and your men wave around wrenches and hammers and hope that is enough to hold back Sarkas' blades tempered by centuries of war. Beg the King of Sarkas for help. Have her deal with me. The King of Sarkas? What? What are you talking about? Sarkas, you're the ones who brought war to Londinium. This is a war between us. 30 seconds. Amia, focus your energy. Hold on tight, Doctor. Mr. Feist, I need your location. Mercenary, are you seeing this? Another flashy toy. Stop resisting. You can't fool me. Sure, you're right. Please, one last push. Yeah, I was going to say, it's like in a movie. It's like, we got 15 seconds. It's like, I swear that's been like 45. Please, one last push. A metal crab? A mechanical toy? What's your play here? Quit screwing around. No, that's the most important thing you've taken from me. I've never fought alone. Look, old Bill helped me out again. All thanks to your paranoia, mercenary. My paranoia? You? You're using my... Do you finally get it now? Every time you swung your blade at me, you were carving your path to defeat. Amia, I'll dare cut through the structural layer. Hurry, take aim. The bomb's about to blow. 3, 2, 1. It's been split open. That's a big enough gap. Alright, you're up, drone. The lift is ours now. Doctor, let's head up. Feist, are you hanging in there? Grab onto the zip line and we'll head up after them. You're not going anywhere. Closure, have any more explosives? Yeah, catch. You. Thanks for the hand, mercenary. Outsmarted him. A knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Yeah, what's
Let's
up,
move. Time waits for nobody.
Hmm. Fuck, man, we ain't got many. No, we ain't got many places to put units at all, have we?
I'm here to help.
I need to deal with this prick as well.
Picked out your bait yet? I know what to do. You can't hide your fear.
I have to get serious now.
No one can see me.
Oh, I really didn't want to have to use him yet.
So long as you're here,
Make it through, eh?
have some hot soup before you go. No one knows right behind you. Monster, with me. Patience, friend.
Slow simmer on low heat. Patience is not optional.
Don't ignore
Be too slow.
the scent of despair.
Whew, almost
Oh, this is a bitch. Okay, I'm gonna have to. What do they say? Uh-oh.
Almost we're
Oh my God, I'm
counting
getting
on you
battered
again
over here.
today, little apple.
No need to cover up. If secrets go
Perform your task.
Oh no.
disappointment. My friends.
No, 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 no. Ooh. That timing.
Patience, friend. Slow simmer on me.
What are you waiting for?
I see clouds rising.
Perform your task.
Lisho, what are you waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
Foggy today. Bad luck.
Lisho has to fare. I knew who you were right away.
Bro's not gonna survive though, is he?
What's this monster?
Great luck. Got a tailwind today. Foggy today. I see you.
Look out. What are you waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
通信に変える。少しチクッとするかもしれん。
No one you stepped into
No disappointment, my friend.
Ah.
This execution is not worth it.
I can't use his skill just yet.
Lisho, no disappointment, my friend.
Oh no, we're fucked.
I'm listening. Patience, friend. Heat control is everything here. Concentrate. Quickly, still misbehave.
This spotlight shines on us.
Can we do it in time? Can we do it in time? I think we might do it in time. I think we might do it in time.
Look, Zaro. Che fare? I knew who you were right away.
It's not, Fuck.
Foggy today. Won't be any use.
Lisho has been disappointed, my friend.
From watching you and Gladia discuss your battle plans, I see that the two of you share similar lines of thought.
That was close. Holy shit. I didn't think we was gonna do that. I didn't think we were gonna do that first time. I know, yeah, dude. I was like, I removed the crystal. I was like, shit. I was edging myself there, bro. Holy fuck, man. Okay, all right. I am gonna have to call it there, though, chat. I am. Apologies. I planned some reacts today, bro. That super video took over a good part of the stream, bro. I'm glad we watched it. I was gonna hold off on it, but Super said to watch it, so I thought, you know what? Might as well. So, tomorrow we lock in a bit more, okay? Can we, how many stages left? Can we finish this tomorrow? Can we finish this tomorrow, do you reckon? You're so damn close. I'm close to the boss, am I? Okay. Alright then. I reckon we can finish chapter 10 tomorrow then. Obviously if we don't get stuck, that is. Depends on your dedication. 19. Might take one more stream. Okay. Alright then. Okay. Alright then, boys. Tomorrow, we lock in. Chapter 10. We're gonna get it done. Or attempt to get it done. I was just thinking. Yeah, we'll lock in tomorrow. I was gonna say Wednesday. Wednesday, bit of lock-in stream. But, depending on how difficult it is, I think we need tomorrow as well. Because it might take us two. Hadn't it? So, yeah, tomorrow we lock in. Wednesday, we lock in. That's a plan. That's a plan. And then, I don't think I'm going to stream tonight. I don't know, though. I might. If we do, we might play some Do It Night Abyss. But I do plan to probably stream tomorrow night. Whether we double dip with some Arknights or we play someone else. Because I don't think Rosie's got the gym tomorrow night. So, yeah. I'll let you know anyway. I'll bang it in the Discord, guys. If we decide to do one tonight. But yeah, man. Thanks for everybody hanging out tonight. Appreciate ya. I will see you in tomorrow, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. And, let's make Victoria great again, boys. Let's do it. Alright, and I'll see you later, guys. Bye.